I'm just coming. Hi. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Hello. Thank you for joining me. I'm back. It's crazy. I feel like I was just here and it's been a month and I'm not home yet and I will be home any minute now. Thank you for being here. Thank you for liking, subscribing, hanging with me through this dark period. I noticed a ginormous drop off in subscriptions on Twitch, and I don't blame you because we were surreptitiously removed essentially because the single-handed, like the worst ship internet I've ever had. Ever. Hype train right out of the gate. Oh, thank you guys so much. Hey, people resubscribed. Yay. That's good to know. Like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, and I completely understand why you would. Let's see. I was just going to send something to myself to show the, hold on 1 second. And then we would airdrop it to the Mac Pro. Yes, let's do that. Do that, guy. And man, just overall, what a good time. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know or were lost in the thing, I was at the Monsters of Rock cruise as an artiste. Nerd Halen performed multiple times. I did stand up twice, and I also sang on a couple of the jams. And officially the only train wreck, thanks Izzy, was the Cheap Trick Jam, which was fascinating. And now I really want to go do Auf Wiedersehen with some people I know that really know it. But yeah, it was a great time. And Blackout was a lot of fun to do, as was You're in Love by Rat. And then, of course, we had so much fun doing the Nerd Halen and including in it some Nerd Hagar stuff that most, if not all, I think there's probably one Van Hagar tribute band that out there that only does that era, but I've yet to see them. I'm sure they exist. There's something for everybody, but for all practical purposes, I think that was our, a lot of people's first venture in watching a Van Halen cover band do that kind of stuff. And I have to say, the response was lovely. Everybody was really super nice. And I'm still geeking the hell out about singing backup vocals on Fly High Michelle, the Enough's Enough song. If you don't know, Enough's Enough is a Chicago band that were, they were just breaking when I was in, senior year in high school. And then there's me and Kip Winger singing background vocals on Fly High Michelle. Just cool. Just really great. Awesome guy, by the way. Super funny. Great spirit. Incredibly talented. Voice sounds fantastic. Like what's not to like? Charming. Sense of humor about the stuff that he's caught crap about over the years. And still just an amazing musician. As a matter of fact, he even invited me to come down to Nashville on, I think it's March 14th, 15th, and 16th, one of those days, or 15th, 16th, 17th. I'll land right in the middle and, when I don't have to miss a show. And he's got a symphony debuting with the Nashville Symphony down there. So I'm going to go down there and see that, I think, if I can swing it. So that I'm very excited about that idea. And it's just a great, oh my God, level 5 hype train, and we're already at 150% of one. That's fantastic. If only we had a level 6. Keep going. Go, 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 go. If you haven't subscribed in a long time, think about doing it. If you have Amazon Prime, it doesn't cost you a dime. Twitch.tv/HalSparks. Also, like and thumbs up and all that kind of stuff. Infotainmentwars.com. And if you're watching on Twitter, just pick one of those and just give it a follow or something. You don't have to even, it doesn't cost you anything. Just help out. All right. So there you go. That's my sales. Come on. Huh? For Pete's sake. Super fun. And a joy, and everybody was great. Ran into some old friends who played on the ship. I know the guys in Buck Cherry for a long time, through my buddy Robert Hall, who passed away. And seeing those guys again was fantastic. They sounded terrific. It was just a joy to run into them. Lots of genuine hugs on this ship. It was really nice. And now, Kip's a new member of the family. He's on board. He's just a good soul. So, I am back, and I will continue to be back all this week. So fear not, no interruptions. If anything, I might even add a show, or I've been thinking about maybe even Wednesday, just doing a full day of craziness just to catch up. Oh, Kathy Griffin gave me a shout out on Twitter. She did? When did that happen? That's very sweet. I didn't even know, like, that's crazy. I didn't see it show up in my thing. That's crazy. Good for, well, that's nice. Somebody, if you have that, share it with me somewhere, whatever. Yeah. And we'll see it in there someplace. Maybe it just happened in the middle of all this stuff when I had no internet. Good Lord. Just the worst. I mean, I've been in some hotels where I've had some bad internet, but many of you will recall when I did that, when I filled in for Mark Savard on a cruise ship, I did stand up. He was supposed to do hypnotism on this one cruise, and he couldn't do it. And they were going to tear up his contract if he couldn't find a filler. So I jumped in and I was glad to do it, and was sick the first 3 days. Still was able to stream every day. Right? So yeah, it like that. I don't know what the difference was in these ships. I even think they were the same company. So God knows what happened. And there were literally, the weirdest thing too is that this was the fewest number of just plugs in a room I've ever seen. And in this modern day and age, you'd think they'd at least have, USB plugins on the nightstands and that kind of stuff. Nah, I don't know. We were just on the burrowed out boat. They just took everything. It was crazy. Also, I will say that there's an upside to it in that I think everybody was out going to the live stuff, seeing things in a way that everybody was excited to do it anyways. But probably if it was slightly even, if you could lure someone back to live, just watching streaming, everybody was so in that habit from the current unpleasantness that they may not have actually gotten out and seen all the shows. And we did. We went to show after show after show, and it was fantastic. Saw Jeff Tate twice. He did, for those of you who don't know, he's the former lead singer of Queensryche. I'm a huge Queensryche fan. And he did the entire album of Rage for Order on one night and the entire album of Empire on another night, including playing live saxophone on the song Resistance. It was just great. Just awesome to see. And his voice was fantastic. And Kicks was a lot of fun. I love those guys. Enough's Enough, like I said, great Chicago band. And Jeff, our drummer in Nerd Halen, has never he didn't know Enough's Enough at all. And he, it was like a blow off band for him. He was just like, I don't know. And then he was sitting there, I'm like, you have to come. I dragged him to see them, and he's sitting there and he's like mind blown that it's like great power pop rock. It's great. It's just good. It's great. So anyways, it was really super fun. Just a joy all around. And there's a picture? Yeah, no. Yeah. We shall see. All right. Let's get started, because I have a lot of stuff and there's just no way we're going to get through all of it. I may, for the first time today, because I've been gone, I may break my own rule. Yes, I saw Alice Cooper as well. It's great. Although, long story. Have to go pick up my Poochie at the vet. I will catch up with everyone and get back behind. He's fine. Just needed a man's removal. Oh, well, I hope he's all right, Robert. Big hugs to your Pooch, but not too hard. Food was fantastic. Yeah, let's just get started. And I'm just I know I'm gonna go long. I may bail out on some of these things if they get too boring for the first time, just because I've been gone, and we'll just needle drop on some of this shit because I am not committed to giving a crap about any of this stuff. I can't believe I was gone during Gazpacho Police, of all things. This is why Steph can't go on vacation. I just know it. But then that was, that would have been low-hanging fruit and too easy. So I'd rather work for a living, make you guys laugh using the stuff that's, a ton of work. Oh my gosh, Philip, thank you. Ukraine isn't going to happen. I'm speaking of my kind. Yeah, I agree. Belarus border is the way they can't move armor, and it's thawing, and the good cop, bad cop routine from Biden was masterful. I agree. Philip says that in the super chat. Dude, we have a whole conversation to have about that. Eventually, it is the U.S. has been large, like all stick. France and Germany have been carrot and giving Ukraine the ability to push back. Also, the fact that, and this is a little side, like foreign stuff that I've been germinating on, the fact that Crimea and the Donbass were sliced off by Putin before, which is really the people who were aligned with Russia, meant that the rest of Ukraine isn't. And so it kind of instead of having a few of the people from the Donbass and the Crimean region who want Ukraine to join living there, they all moved over this way and basically left this whole thing free. Biden is no joke. He's a hawk. I think he's smarter than a hawk. He's an eagle. And that's important to recognize. All right, here we go. Let's go. And at some point, my girlfriend is going to be bringing me a caffeinated drink. So watch out. This is so I don't, because I'm very excited to be here and I'm talking very fast, but I might just pass out because we got up ass early in an Eastern time zone and then flew this way. And yeah, so at some point I just like, pity me and just someone shut off the live stream for me. There you go. All right, here we go. So Trump was on Fox and Friends. Let's just jump right into this. So Trump called into Fox and Friends, and I'm sure they'll have some insight into this. Philip, I'm sure you and I will both learn something, right, about, we do indeed, Philip, have to talk in person. I'm sure we'll all learn a lot about geopolitics from this interview. It's just Donald Trump interviewed by Fox and Friends. So this should answer all of the unanswerable questions. And 666 in the super chat. Yay! Yes, I after the cruise, I am a broke son of a bitch. So if you feel like super chatting, now's the time. $6.66 when we get 666 people in here just to mess with the trolls who fancy themselves Christians but couldn't act less like them, curiously enough. All right, here we go.
To it, let's bring in the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for joining Fox and Friends Weekend.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you. It's an honor, and we have a lot of problems in this country.
It's an honor to be on Fox and Friends. You think he's waiting for them to say it, and then his brain just says it because he's expecting the phrase? It's an honor to have you on, sir. And nobody says it, so he just assumes it's an honor. I mean, for you to have me on.
But it's an honor to be with you.
Well, we're grateful to have you, sir. Well, let's start with the headline we've had all morning long. What's happening in Russia, what's happening in Ukraine. The White House right now is saying an attack could happen at any time. On your assessment, where are we and how did we get here?
Well, first of all, it's shocking because this should have never happened. It should have never happened. It would not have happened. And how?
Well, yeah, it wouldn't have had to have been an attack. You were just going to give them Ukraine during your second term.
Got here is when they watched Afghanistan and they watched the most incompetent withdrawal. And
yes, they looked at Afghanistan and said, shit, if we don't roll into Ukraine now before they're going to find a really great way to spend that $300 million a day. He has no idea. Yeah.
To probably any army, let alone just us. They saw that, and President Xi and President Putin, watch what happens with China very soon, with Taiwan. But
yeah, well, okay.
They watched that and they said,
"These are let's send the dirty side forward because I don't like these guys."
What's going on? They don't know what they're doing.
Then why don't you tell us what they're doing? Why don't you actually expound on some strategy? I don't want to be too much of a dick right out of right out of the gate. But for Christ's sake, just saying something's not good and terrible and wasn't good and this is why and they probably would have. Give us a little more meat on the bone, maybe. Maybe just go, strategically we've got, even if he mentioned the thaw of the ground and the time scale and how quickly they can do it and what it takes to move gear and why they want Crimea and whether or not Belarus is serious about them launching an attack from there or whether it's just posturing. And if they did launch an attack from Belarus, if the citizens of Belarus that have relatives in Ukraine would go, wait a fucking second, I thought this was just for show. Shit I know from reading that, and I haven't even had, 4 years of the PDB to look at.
All of a sudden, I think they got a lot more ambitious. I think Putin really wanted to negotiate for a period of time. I think when he wanted...
Yeah, he wanted to negotiate. Tell you what, you give me Ukraine, and I give you almost all copies of PP tape.
Afghanistan, when he watched that unbelievably bad withdrawal.
And by the way, thank you for the Venmos that just came in. Heather, thank you so much. And Robert, thank you. My phone was making a noise, and I couldn't figure out what it was because my watch is dead because never mind. Thank you.
Where they took the military out first, where they left $85 billion worth of equipment behind.
Okay. All right. Again, $85 billion is the amount of money we spent on gear for the Afghan military and our own stuff that we burned or blew up years ago, and the training and the contractors doing the training. That's the $85 billion. We didn't leave $85 billion contractors there. The fuck are you talking about? Like, that lie has been dead for months. Is anybody going to tell him?
The Taliban to have and to sell and to use. And, of course, the death that happened when they watched all of that.
You mean the 64 deaths that happened in Afghanistan while Trump was president? And he only went to 4 of the transfers of their bodies being brought home. Only went to, out of 96 of the ones that happened during his time, including soldiers who had died elsewhere. He was only at 4 of the exchanges. Those deaths? No, not those deaths. Obviously, a single suicide bomber on a speedy withdrawal that we had already negotiated an extra 3 months to get people out because Trump and Stephen Miller stopped us from doing all the lead-in work, which made it a crush at the end, which is the cause of it. So, for the record, Trump is to blame for all the deaths that happened in the evacuation of Afghanistan because he had 2 years to draw down the people that were at the embassy and other people who were going to be moved out and the Afghans who were helping us. And he rode the brake on all of it on purpose to slow the process because he never intended to leave. So fuck that.
They got emboldened.
President Trump, Joe Biden is scheduled to be on a call today with Vladimir Putin. What do you think he can say? What should he say? If you were in office.
Yes. If you were in office, what should he say? Here it comes. Finally, some strategy. We're going to hear some specifics. He's not going to say it never would have happened, and I had great respect, and these are people and our allies, and NATO is a problem. He's not going to say that. He's going to give us real, actual, here comes, this is plans. I mean, this is basically like him reading out loud his own personal PDB.
Today, what would you say to Vladimir Putin?
Well, I would.
Please don't release the PP tape. Right.
In this position, because we're in a very bad position right now, and it would have, as I said, it would never have happened. I know him very well, got along with him very well.
Motherfucker. Yeah, he would rather have a friend like me than all of Ukraine and its oil and gas reserves and its strategic value as a buttress against NATO expansion. I mean, it was like, golf with Donald Trump as the cheating fat son of who's never going to pay me back, or all of Ukraine and its resources and its strategic. He never. But I do like golf.
His pipeline, I sanctioned them more than anybody ever sanctioned them.
The House and Senate did. He had to carry them out.
Nobody was ever tougher on Russia, but I got along with Putin very well. We respected each other. I think you have a whole different ballgame right now. This is just an exercise. He's not going to tell him anything, and I don't think Putin's at this point going to be listening. It's going to be very interesting to see what he does in terms of the depth. Will he take a small piece? When Biden originally said he's going in, everybody was like, did he just say that? Nobody could believe it, but he said it. And it was almost like a card. Ukraine went crazy when he saw that, when they heard that, the president. But
he means talking about like a minor incursion and us arguing about what they're going to do. What he was talking about was cyber attacks specifically, because they've been talking about that earlier in the meeting. That part gets left out, but never mind. The idea is that if they're not not troops, not physical people coming in, but they're fucking with the energy grid or shutting down hospitals and that kind of stuff. That would be an argument about what would be the proper response in those circumstances. Do we, on Ukraine's behalf, hit them with a cyber attack? Does NATO do it? Does that mean that Ukraine is default in NATO? Anyways.
Now, the phone call, I think, is perfunctory. I don't think much is going to come out of it.
Yes, sir.
No, that's not what they asked you, dum-dum. They asked what you would say to him, like in the situation right now. Not magical world where you're president forever. Let's just pretend it's you won and it's 5 years from now. And you're no longer in office, and Nancy Pelosi is the vice president to Hillary Clinton, and they both got in by cheating, whatever you want to make up your own fantasy nightmare, and for yourself, Mr. Former President. And then they're in this situation, and you're like, I need to call them up and fix this so that, and what would you say? Nothing, right? That's nothing.
Republicans have introduced a bill that would block aid to Ukraine until our southern border is secure. The thinking is...
Yes, because it's the same thing. Children from Guatemala being found in the desert. I mean, they might as well be mortars fired by the Russians.
Would we be worried about a border in Europe when there is a disaster happening right here at home? Do you think that those two...
Because there isn't one?
Issues should be linked?
Well, I certainly understand how people feel. We had the strongest border we've ever had, our southern border. We were...
Yeah, and then he built a wall, and then it all went to shit.
2 weeks away from finishing the wall after going through 2.5 years of lawsuits with the Democrats.
Control room. You're showing troops arriving in Poland. He's already moved on. He's not going to even go back to this. He's going to stick with how great the slat fence is.
And winning the ball. We were 2.5, 3 weeks away from, think of it, finishing the...
Wait a minute. First it was a month, then it was 3 weeks, now it's 2.5 weeks. Fuck, can somebody just give him a paintbrush and he'll go down and finish it himself?
Which is largely, frankly, finished anyway. It's a tremendous help.
Thank you.
We had the best numbers in the history of our country on the southern border. Very little was...
No, we didn't. And by the way, except thank you, COVID, I guess.
Coming in, very few people.
Yes, his total strategy for lowering immigration was a constant pandemic. Think of Romney's self-repatriation or whatever he was talking about. Self-deportation. That's what it was. Where Mitt Romney was like, his plan was self-deportation. People will just self-deport. I guess his plan was to make America so shitty, no one would want to come. And Trump's plan's got the same kind of idea. We had it so good. What we'll do is we'll just have a random disease rolling through the place, and no one will want to cross the border for fear of catching it.
Coming in, other than coming in legally, we had the lowest.
By the way, look at these people crossing the border. They look, I don't know, but they don't look like they're ready to work at a Chili's or at Mar-a-Lago, short-sheeting beds for minimum wage with a little sliced off the top. That guy looks armed. And the idea that the Biden administration is letting that guy, who's an American soldier going to another country, but that's not the point. It's the conversation over the video that matters.
Numbers, the best drug numbers in the last 32 years.
Yeah, they're the best drug numbers. Shit.
And they were getting much better rapidly. And all of a sudden, this guy takes over and the border is opened and we have millions of people. I think
it was so great. Like, no one was going anywhere. People were just staying home, even in other countries. Mexico had fewer cases than we did for a good long while, so why would they come over here and catch something to bring home? People literally were worried about the disease passing on things you touched, especially early on. That was a concern. So, even if you came over here to work and send the money back, would you be sending disease back? So everybody stayed home and stuff. It's amazing. What a great way to solve your border crisis is just make your place the new epicenter of a spreading disease. Who I mean, screw the wall. Just have a big mouth just coughing south.
10 million. They say 3 million. But
wait, hang the fuck out. What?
And they were getting much better rapidly. And all of a sudden, this guy takes over and the border is opened and we have millions of people. I think it's 10 million. They say 3 million. But
what? There's no fucking way 10 million people across the border. Okay. By the way, Pauline, thank you for the super chat, and I will gladly tell some rock and roll stories on the morning shows this week. That's what I'm going to review this stuff. We'll try to keep the shows ever. So Wednesday and Friday when I do the morning shows, I'll have pictures and I'll be able to show them and all that stuff, and I'll tell you some of the stories from the boat if you want to tune in. Morning shows at 9 a.m. First of all, we know, I've showed you guys many times, and we don't have to even look at it again, but any of the trolls who want to go look up border recidivism in 2021, and then I guess find someone to grab you by the ears and pull your head out of your ass. But it's the 2.1 million people crossing. That's with a 56% recidivism automatically on top of it. So it's literally it's the same number of people that tried to cross in 2019. They're just trying to cross multiple times, but they keep getting caught and sent back. Yes, you heard that right. They keep getting caught and they get sent back. Mexico's not going to stop them, so they try to cross again and they fail, and they try to cross again and they fail. Now, why do they do that? Because there's a lot of open jobs over here. One of the biggest stories up here is we've got all these jobs that can't be filled. It's fucking amazing how many there are. And a lot of those jobs, guess what, used to be filled with under-the-table like cash, undocumented workers. A lot of those folks aren't around anymore because of COVID and because they were kept on the other side of the border. They're being automatically expelled because that's what that Title 42, I think it's called, is what's sending them back. The reason they keep coming is because there's a lot of jobs that aren't filled. Jobs that, quite frankly, a lot of immigrants take. Starter jobs, low-wage jobs. Jobs you can take when you're living 6, 7 people to a house. That's just the reality of being a migrant worker like that. Especially in places like Arizona, Texas, and Florida. Now, you can go look up all the Mar-a-Lago hiring people illegally all you want. It's got a long history of it. But you have people trying and trying and trying again because the jobs are there. There's a lot of jobs unfilled. So, anyways.
People coming in, countries all over the world are releasing their prisoners into our country. We're like a dump.
Yeah, we're a dumping ground for prisoners and stuff. And it's so nice of them. Yeah, Yemen's releasing all their Yemeni Ted Bundys in rowboats. Now, leave the fish alone until you get to the United States. Okay. All right.
Ground. So I can certainly understand how people feel when they say, let's try and tie one to the other. We fight for other people's borders, but we don't fight for our own border. We're this.
Yeah, we don't have to fight for our border. We have an established border. Mexico is not attacking us. And by the way, you're friends with the president of Mexico, right? Even though he's socialist or something, according to you. You're buddies. And yet he's still dumping his murdery, rapey, pedo-y monster people into the state. But he's a friend of yours. It's kind of like you and Jeffrey Epstein. You just get along. 1,000 people in the chat. Yay! If you feel like throwing $10 my way for the show, if you haven't been here in a few days, that's lovely. 1,000 is when we usually do it, and we've hit that point or whatever. One of these days, we're going to hit 2,000 people in the chat. I just know it. Now, I know most of them will be Russian bots who, just need people running chat bots that just need a break. You have a rough life, trolls. We feel for you. Welcome. Glad you're here. So sorry you're having a rough life. You got to make a buck somehow. And, we feel for you. Just keep the racial epithets and the anti-gay epithets to a minimum. Try not to say anything too brutally sexist if you can, either direction. Try. And, just like your average, anything you type helps me in the algorithm, quite frankly. I just don't want to have to dump you because you're grotesque.
most secure border we've ever had at the south, and
At the south, what was the northern border all fucked during the Trump years, and we're finding out?
was great to me. They helped us. It gave us 28,000 soldiers free of charge, because otherwise we would have, as you know, tariffed all of their cars and things coming.
Yes, they did it as a favor because I was going to destroy the auto industry in the United States, because those are all Fords and GM cars that are made over there, and I was going to tariff the shit out of them. I mean, no wonder he and Putin got along, because basically Putin's entire strategy in Ukraine is, if you don't let me threaten my cousin, I'm going to shoot my cousin. That's the whole plan. This is the same shit.
And then we got along great with Mexico. We had the Mexico stay in Mexico policy. Now it's called stay in the United States. Whoever you are, just come on in.
No, by the way, if you're listening to this broadcast, no, it isn't. Stop it. And by the way, the only people, I continue to say this, the only people you will see saying that the American border is open and is lawless and anybody can come in, which is not true, the only people saying that are Republicans. Trump, Ted Cruz, all these fuckers. They'll get all over Fox News and go, yeah, border's wide open. I don't even know what. And then they're like, I don't know why all these people are coming. Jesus Christ.
It's a very terrible thing. And I must tell you, I do understand how they feel when we're fighting for other countries, but we're not fighting for our own.
Yeah, Mr. President, not only are we fighting for our own,
just
facilitating that transportation with secret flights in the middle of the night, things you've heard about as well. But I want to go to our other border, if we can, Mr.
Oh, by the way, what he means is the children, the minor human beings, the children that are found in the desert and dropped over the fucking wall because someone desperate to get out of whatever country they're in, largely either Haiti, Guatemala, Honduras, Venezuela, and these kind of places who made the trek up, know that they'll never be able to get in, but they drop the kid in, no ID, no nothing, so they're never going to be able to find their kid again, in theory, unless I got it sewn inside, in which case the State Department finds the family and returns the child and goes, here's your child back. But in the cases where they can't, they get NGOs in the United States or in their home countries. If they can get it from if the kid is old enough to say where they came from, they can return them to an NGO in their own country, which they've been doing. If they can't, they place them with NGOs, Catholic charities, or family members, if they do find them in the United States, on a monitor, just like a minor version of DACA, and they fly them in children. These are children. Now the Biden administration is flying them on flights that, weirdly enough, leave Texas in the afternoon, flying east, and arrive in New York after dark. So I don't know why the Biden administration won't shift timescales or reverse the spin of the earth so that it doesn't look sketchy that you want to be able to get kids when they're most awake on a plane and get them off the plane later when they're asleep. That's not hard. All right, time to get off. And anyways, they're taking them to Catholic charities and stuff in upstate New York and that kind of thing because they're fucking children. Right? What was that pro-life bullshit you guys always tout? Something about children and innocent life and innocent that kind of thing. Yeah, because you're not putting a bill forward like the return that the home to mama fucking bill, where we're allocating money to make sure that every child is, we DNA check them and we find their parents in these countries and we work with these countries to get the DNA of anybody that comes across the border. So therefore, if somehow they tried to come across like, oh, hey, we remember you, this is your kid, we can put them back together, something like that, right? That would be a thing if you actually gave a fuck. But what they're for, what he's for specifically, and what Ted Cruz is for, and what Jim Jordan is for, is leaving these kids in the desert. Fuck them. That's the plan. And when the United States says, Christ almighty, somebody ditched a child on our border, on our side of the border, in the fucking desert, and we found this child, this minor child, in some cases 6, 8 years old, separated from an 11-year-old that they're walking with because they just don't have the strength to hold their hand anymore. They just keep walking. We find that child in the desert, and the idea that they're flown in the afternoon and arrive in the evening at a Catholic charity that will feed them and teach them English and welcome them into American life so that one day they'll look positively upon this country instead of just being a corpse story in the, in whatever Arizona newspaper wants to run one. I honestly, the whole pro-life thing, like, first of all, they're for the death penalty, so piss off. But second, thank you, my love. Hi. You want to come over and show him your t-shirt? No, she doesn't feel like showing her t-shirt. She's wearing a Monsters Rock t-shirt. Because we have, yeah. It looks beautiful. It looks good on you. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm.
Your things are going off.
What? I know. They're going to die. The battery's going to die. Sorry. I brought, long story, but I brought lightsabers, like retractable ones on the thing because I was going to do a spinning sword thing. Like spinning double swords like David Lee Roth would do. But our outside gig, you wouldn't have seen them. And the inside gig, when we went in there, the ceiling was too low. And the stage was too small. I would have hit somebody. So I'm saving them for if you come see us at Yamava, that will probably be the first time we introduce that. So anyways. Thank you, Corinne. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $20 Canadian. And thank you guys for the Venmos as well. Thomas, oh my God, thank you. And Mary and Heather and Robert, thank you guys so much. All right. So again, I call bullshit on the pro-life thing because you just don't give a crap once they're alive. You're pro-fetus, and you're only that way because it doesn't take any responsibility. Anybody can be for the unborn. I mean, you're not really, because they're against, free prenatal care, right? I mean, if you were really pro-life, you would have a bill that provides all American mothers that are citizens free prenatal care if they can't afford it for every child. Because you want that baby to have every possibility to be born with every brain cell intact. Every possible head start it could get in terms of its nutrition. But you don't. You don't. So piss off with that nonsense. And then this dickhead, and presumably these two morons, want these kids left in the goddamn desert. That's these secret flights that they're talking about. Those secret flights, those are all children. We've watched them. We've looked at the video. They've shown the clip. They don't show the people coming off. They cut around that. Why do they cut around it? Why do they cut around the people coming off the plane? Because the people aren't adults.
And the idea of truckers and the trucker freedom convoy that's happening.
Yeah, the freedom trucker convoy. You mean the guys with weapons? You mean the guys who are threatening the lives of people? That they have, that story. Hold on, hold on. Truckers, caches of weapons. Murphy is so pitiful. Bonnie, thank you so much for the Venmo. Truckers, caches of weapons is. Oh, it should come up. Yeah, there you go. It's just a peaceful protest for your freedoms. Canadian police arrest 11 people with massive weapons cache at Freedom Convoy protest. And they found massive weapons cache at the U.S.-Canada border with a smaller group aligned with the Freedom Convoy protest against vaccine mandates for truckers and other COVID-19 public health restrictions. Sorry, you're going into another fucking country. And I don't want to hear about your freedom issues in Canada because that ain't the United States. They have a largely parliamentary democratic system there, but they are still technically a monarchy. They're under the queen. We fought a war so we don't have to deal with that shit at all. Again, so I don't want to hear about royals. I don't give a crap, ever. I don't want to care if somebody marries in and they were treated like shit. I don't care. There are no magic families. I don't want to hear about that shit. I don't care. I'm not going to care. Sorry. You're never going to make me care about monarchy. I don't think we should have it in the United States. I thought it was a mistake when we had one Bush and the next Bush friggin' become presidents. You know, like a president's son becoming president. Screw that too. No. We're free enough where you can, legally, you should be able to do it. I think it's hilarious that a lot of people that weren't upset about George Bush Sr., his namesake son, George Bush Jr., which we fought a war against King George, for Christ's sake, becoming president. But Hillary can't because the Clintons are too much. She married him. She's not a Clinton. That's not a genetic line. That's his wife. It's not at all the same thing. But still. How's a reincarnated jester? Yes, I am that good. So anyways, I don't need to hear about it. And so if you're going to go bitch about the laws in Canada, tough shit. All the more reason to be proud to be an American in that regard. And it is the shortcoming of the Canadians that they have, they don't have free speech. They have a lot stricter rules on that kind of stuff. And that's how they live. If you want to change that, become a Canadian citizen and then work to shift the system there. Get them to shrug off the monarchy for once.
There, not just in Ottawa, but now
you are technically
trade routes along the Canadian border. You've heard what, you call them Justin from Canada, what Justin Trudeau has said about them. He's characterized them as racist, as bigots. But
yeah, dude, have you fucking seen them? Hold on. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm going to try to find the pictures of it. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah, I'll do some images. They don't want to post them because they're dirty. There you go. Home Depot. Mandate freedom. I'm not Here you go. Not racist. I'm not an extremist. I am a Canadian. Right. Okay. By birth. There's a bunch of Indians who are Canadians that don't seem to be allowed in your convoy. It's weird. Oh, good Lord. Hold on one second. Here you go. Well, Canadian news is all words. You guys need more pictures. All right, we'll do that later.
The message has been clear from the beginning, Mr. President. The list of their demands has been terminate vaccine passports, terminate vaccine mandates, and stop the divisive rhetoric. They've been straightforward. They want freedom. What's your message to both?
First of all, this is on the side of one of the trucks, and he's just fucking straight up reading it like this is really what they're asking for. Okay. Ultimately, terminate vaccine passport and other contact tracing programs. No. You can't ask them to do that in a pandemic, dumbass. Sorry. These assholes don't even want to wear a mask into a place. That's part of the problem. Because you need to show like proof of vaccination in some of the places, but in other places you just can wear a mask and go inside. But they're not going to do either because freedom. But it's Canada. Sorry. You got 80% of the freedoms of the United States in Canada. You have a lot of other benefits, but that's the trade-off, I suppose. Terminate vaccine mandates. And then the stop divisive rhetoric. What the fuck are you talking about? What's the divisive rhetoric? There's a disease going around, and we'd rather the most susceptible in our society not get it. So we need you to get vaccinated or wear a mask or both for a period of time until this is over and we reach the endemic phase of this, and we have enough people that are vaccinated where it won't cascade through and destroy our health system. Jesus Christ! It's like they're yelling epithets at me. I can't hear anything. It's like I feel like a freedom marcher in Selma. Jesus Christ. Stop.
Freedom convoy and
stop the divisive rhetoric. Why would they want to shut down Fox News? No wonder they're upset.
Justin Trudeau.
People all over the world are watching, and they have respect for what they're doing. They're tired of being pushed around by incompetent people, being told what to do, being forced.
Oh, you mean like shutting everything down to slow the spread for weeks, and then having to extend it, and then months, and then setting up masking, and then being told what to do by what? He does realize he used to be president, right?
With the mandates should have not happened. I mean, I'm very proud of Warp Speed. Everybody has given us.
Oh, for son of a bitch. Can't say Operation Warp Speed and then catch me off guard like that. That's just wrong. Operation Fart Steed, thank you.
Captain's log.
Okay.
Nobody thought it was possible to do what we did. And that includes therapeutics, by the way, Regeneron and the...
Oh, yeah, you mean the ones that don't work against Omicron? At all? Vaccine will protect you. I mean, you might get it, but you're not going to go to the hospital. But if you do go to the hospital because you're not vaccinated, Regeneron and that shit doesn't work, apparently. Against
various
Omicron.
Therapeutics that work so well. But what we did with Warp Speed was great. But the mandates are very, very...
Son of a bitch.
Captain's
bad. Very, very bad. And I think there's a lot of respect for what they're doing. I see they have Trump signs all over the place, and I'm proud that they do. But that's what happens. You can push people so far. And our country is a tinderbox, too.
No, it isn't. We're not a fucking tinderbox. 90% of Canadian truckers are vaccinated. Most American truckers are vaccinated. Probably 78%, some shit like that. Seriously, I think a lot of people, I think one of the turning points in this nonsense will be that America is, and the Canadians, I guess, as well, and a good portion of the world, is a little bit tired. What we are getting tired of is being sheepdogged by the extremists in the world. Like the hyper-libertarians, the hyper-Republicans, and the hyper-lefties. Like so far off the rails that they can't even talk to their own party, their own fellow Democrats, fellow Republicans, fellow independents without a vein showing up in their forehead. Those fuckers, that's who these are. Yeah. But again, 90% of Canadian truckers are vaccinated, and this isn't the other 10%. Even the 10% that aren't vaccinated, some of them have health reasons, some of them are semi-retired, some of them are waiting to go back to work when it's safer, so they figure after they'll just catch Omicron and then they'll have it like a natural immunity, but they're waiting to make sure, and yada, yada, yada. So this is probably 2% of that 10%.
Yourself. And there are plenty of our country up there right now, folks. When you look at what's happening.
Yes, they're the ones with the guns. And they can go fuck themselves.
When you look at what's happening in Canada, our country, I think, is far more of a tinderbox than Canada.
President Trump, we're
Yeah, but that's because Canadians are in general, like the Canadian idea of a tinderbox, it's more like a tinderbox. Like, well, if you want to fight, but, let me get the door for you. Let's take this outside, eh? After you. No, seriously. After you. After you. No, you know what? You're not such a bad guy, eh?
Blue states begin the process of loosening restrictions across the country.
Oh, yes. That's the other thing. Is like they're now pretending that because Delta has worked its way through and Omicron is the dominant variant and it seems to be a lighter variant and it gives you natural immunity and especially aligned with vaccination that can fight off things like Delta. That seems to be the direction it's going. And people think it's a little premature, but we are headed that direction. And it seems like, you know, in South Africa and the UK and in Italy and other places where it's expanded, it's actually working out this way. So it's less, there's less to be fearful of from Omicron in theory, especially if you've got as many people vaccinated, that we've got 75, 80% of people vaccinated in the United States, either fully and or boosted, that creates enough of a wall against the spread as well. And that's when you can start opening shit up again, because most people are better off. And you have the freedom to be a Trump fan and die to show fealty to him like a moron if you want to. But, you know, they're going to pretend time didn't pass, that basically the last 2 years didn't exist, and that it was always bullshit, and Delta was nonsense, and the wild type and Alpha, as they were killing people, the ventilators, all that was all worthless. That was all nonsense, the whole thing, instead of time has passed, and people are vaccinated, and this is this strain is less harmful and gives more people, you know, natural immunity.
My one chance to interview in the past, President Trump, I asked you about Dr. Fauci. You were at the front end on so many things as we panicked as a nation. You talked about balance.
As we panicked as a nation.
The shutdowns against our economy. And I asked you at that time about Dr. Fauci and the way the public viewed him. And you were beginning at that time to express some skepticism. I'm curious, and I'm not trying to give you the answer ahead of time, but I'm
yes, you fucking well are. Can you give us some like fuck Fauci news? Because we need some. We're running low on fuck Fauci, and we need some like that. Like people are starting to forget to hate him now. He's not in the news enough.
Curious, if you look back on the past 2 years, some of which was under your watch, when it comes to COVID, what would you have done? What would you do differently if put in the same position?
Well, I basically did opposite of whatever he told me, and that's what he's going to say.
Hindsight, what, if anything, would you do differently?
Well, we haven't been given credit, but we're starting to get credit. Warp speed was phenomenal.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Captain's log.
Okay.
Closed up the country to China.
Oh,
closed
Sylvia,
up the
thank
country
you.
to Europe.
Look at that. The Canadians are representing. Thank you, Laura, by the way, from Canada as well. All the Canadians are stepping up. Thanks, guys. By the way, I am, for those of you that don't know, Canadian by injection. I lived in Canada for 6 years while I was doing Queer as Folk. We did 5 seasons, and on either side of it, created another 6 months on either side of it. That gave us a full 6 years living there. Lived at King and Bathurst, right on the corner there in Toronto. Loved it. Went to Montreal on the weekends with my then girlfriend, and only made it to Vancouver, interestingly enough, after I had left, well after. But literally was my home, you know, because we worked there and lived there for so long and so many hours, and it was just... You just stayed, you know. I had an apartment up there that I kept the entire run, right across from the Wheat Sheaf, which is the oldest bar in North America, right? And there are many places in Canada, in Toronto specifically, that if I walk past them to this day, I will burst into tears. Honestly, because of this, what I emotionally went through. Acting on those like corners or in front of certain stores, because I would trigger the emotional response from some of the lines I was doing and some of the dialogue off of the geography of the space. I would make the doorways or the windows of places be my cue point for where I would look to find it's actor stuff, but I did it so often, and we worked so many at the specific places, the outside of what our diner was, outside of the comic book shop, a couple of the clubs. There was so much loaded that if I walk by those places, I can feel it to this day. It's beautiful.
It was incredible. And I filled the shelves. I filled up the cupboards of the states, which they were unable to do themselves. You had some very competent governors, and you had some very incompetent governors. But, you know.
Yes, they were incompetent in kissing his ass to get masks and gloves and shit like that. A competent governor would know that when dealing with a megalomaniac, narcissist, idiot who only judges human beings by how much they suck a new hole in his butt, that's awful. Would know how to deal with them. You know, competent governors, they knew how to deal with them. Anyway.
I went around with the cupboards were bare, and they were. As far as Fauci, and that was a big thing.
First of all, no, they weren't. He let a lot of the emergency supplies expire because they have to actually be, you know, the machines like ventilators that we store for emergencies, like a chemical weapon attack or something like that. That kind of shit, they have to be maintained. He let the maintenance contract lapse because fuck it. What do we need to spend money on that for? He let like rubber gloves and that kind of stuff rot on the shelves. They have to be cycled. You give them away to hospitals free, so they have them, you know, like 6 months ahead of when they're going to be useless, so that they can use them up. Saves them money, saves, you know, medical costs for the country, and then you replenish them with the budget so you have fresh ones all the time. He didn't do that. They were empty because he emptied them.
Ventilators and all of the equipment and all of the things that were.
The Obama administration had a deal to buy ventilators below cost. They negotiated this like long contract, and Trump ditched it and then had to buy all those same ventilators at retail in the middle of an emergency when everybody else was buying them. Part of the deal. From
goggles to clothing and the plastics, and we did an amazing job. Got no credit for it.
Clothing?
But everything is stocked, and right now the whole country is stocked for something like this. The country, and this is long before I got there, was not prepared. Fauci, however, was not.
We had a pandemic response team. You fired him, dumbass.
Big factor with me. He is a big factor now because Biden chose to make him such, but he was not a big factor with me. He said he didn't want to close to, as you know, very strongly, because we talked about this. He didn't want to close to China. He didn't want to only close to China. Trump thought, well, if you keep the dirty, poor Chinese people out, then we're fine. That was his whole plan. Meanwhile, the rich Chinese people who buy stuff and do trade with him and I guess design and create stuff for his daughter's clothing line, shit like that. They can fly over in private jets, but it's all the poor, dirty foreigners. That's the thing. Keep those folks out. They're the diseased ones. But the rich ones that buy beef and pork, they can fly over and make deals with our, meat packing company. Oh, wait, there's outbreaks in meat packing companies? How the fuck did that happen? Want to close up to China, which was heavily infected. He didn't want to close up to Europe, which was heavily infected. 4 months later, he said that President Trump made a great decision and saved perhaps hundreds of thousands of lives, because I was really a single vote. I had 21 people in a room, and none of them wanted to close.
And by the way, Alex Azar was the head of the pandemic response team before he put Pence in charge of it. And Alex Azar was like, even Peter Navarro allegedly was like pulling his fucking hair out at that meeting going, we got to shut everything fucking down. This is terrible. The Chinese are throwing people in boxes. They are not building hospitals. They are building prisons for the dying. None of those things they built were hospitals. None of them. They were prisons. They had glass windows, a door with a fucking 4 bars on it, and a thing to shove food under the door so they could eat. And if you survived the disease, you'd get out later. If you didn't, they just bury you quickly. Everybody at that meeting was going, we got to do every fucking thing. What they didn't want to do was just shut off travel to China. And by the way, at the time he did it, you know who had already closed off travel to China? United Airlines, American Airlines, and Delta.
it down, but I did because I saw what was happening in China and in Europe. Fauci did not play as big a role with me.
By the way, he shut off Europe, whatever, but left the UK out of that because he didn't consider them part. I guess it was pro-Brexit on his part. And UK had a bigger outbreak. Like Italy and UK were the worst. And a lot of what hit the East Coast came in through Italy and the UK later.
It's actually a pretty light role. And if you also notice, oftentimes when he would say something, I'd do the opposite, which tended to be pretty good. You know, he came out against masks, and then he became a radical masker.
Oh, this is all he wears like 5 masks and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay.
He was a radical.
We've seen this
wear 4
yeah.
if you could. But at the very beginning, if you look back early on, he was against masks. I mean, he had some very different views. But he was not a big factor with me. I didn't get to see him too much. I didn't deal with him.
Okay, so, yeah, by the way, I believe that too. I think when Trump came out and basically suggested shoving a light bulb up your ass and drinking bleach to fix it, I don't think he heard that from Fauci. And there was a reason why Birx was out there effectively like a babysitter trying to correct any nonsense he would throw about, like, it just dies because of light hitting it. Like, asshole, yeah, we know. 72 degrees and whatever, 30% humidity is the perfect stasis point for it, which is, for the record, how almost all office buildings are. That is the standard temperature for most indoor buildings where business is conducted or apartments are connected. It's a fucking petri dish for this disease. That's why the shutdown. That's why not going into the office. You can't avoid, if you live in a domicile, that's your fallback. But going to a second place where it's a perfect germinating operation for the disease is not smart. Good Lord.
Much. I made my own decisions, and they were great decisions, and I let the states run. So whether it's Florida, Texas, South Dakota, if you take a look at some of the states, South Carolina,
Yeah, the states that hid their COVID deaths did really well. The ones with China numbers, for the record, there is no way that China has less than 17 million deaths from COVID. Statistically. No fucking way. The 4,000 number is a joke. And if you only, in a country of 1.4 billion, if you had a disease that only killed 4,000 people, would you have a zero that disease policy? Would you shut down everywhere? Think about it. Honest to God. Nowhere near total, like 20% vaccination, much less the whole fucking country. Would you shut down the entire country of 1.4 billion people for 4,000 deaths? And people believe that fucking number? Are you kidding me? It's a percentage of the number of people who get it. The percentage of the number of people who've gotten it in China is closer to 17 million. Where are the bodies? They're buried in mass graves. They box them up. We did it. We had a lot of deaths. Remember the lines of boxes from the indigent and poor people and homeless people who were all dying in a big stretch and had to be buried. And we had a row of them, a Potter's Field situation. Of course they had it. Of course they did. It's absurd. They're bullshitting. The same way Florida was and got called out on it. They called Florida God's waiting room for a reason. They were like, well, they were old anyways. This is the retirement state for the United States. This is where everybody goes for their retirement. They're just like, yeah, well, I mean, what do people come down here to do but die? So if they got COVID, I mean, how much time did it really shave off the end of their life? 2 years? 2 Christmases? 3 birthdays? 1 birth of a grandchild? I mean, wow, you've seen 1 grandkid, you've seen them all.
Terrific job.
Same with
the governor
Arizona.
did a terrific job. But I let the states run and make those decisions. And
you don't have the right to override their decisions. You don't. Biden knows this. Yeah, these guys want it to be a mandate for everywhere. It isn't. There's no federal mandate for vaccination. There can't be. You can do it for businesses, but you can only do it for testing. If people are vaccinated, they don't have to get tested. But you can do a test and trace under an emergency declaration. You can do that. If he'd have done it early, if he'd have done that in the very beginning, you might have been able to isolate this thing and slow the spread down a lot. But they were like, fuck it, it's bullshit anyways. It's going to remember his story? It's going to disappear on November 4th. Day after that, if Biden wins, the next day you won't even hear about COVID. Remember that story? Good Lord.
The Republican governors did a far better job than the Democrat governors. But Fauci...
Yeah, you mean the ones in states with 200,000 people where you have to ride a dirt bike, a motorcycle, or an ATV for 3 miles to see a neighbor? Yeah, I wonder why an airborne disease didn't spread faster in that. Good Lord.
It's not a big factor as far as I was concerned. He became a very big factor once Biden came in, and then it's almost like he couldn't make a move without asking Fauci.
Well, Mr. President.
And by the way, then why are we opening? Why is that? I mean, this is the lead in on this story. The lead in on this is that the Biden administration is talking to blue state governors specifically because they're the most reticent to start opening up, and he's been for open schools the entire time with masking, but to slow that down so that they can, cut off the spread in other areas so it doesn't hit a school really hard and kill a bunch of teachers. And a bunch of teachers are like, we don't want to go to school and we don't want to wear masks and stuff and do it all from home because it's the one way that a lot of the red state teachers have avoided getting vaccinated because they're doing it from home. So nobody can even ask you. It's when you go back to the school, then they're like, oh shit, I'm worried about COVID. Like, well, you've been vaccinated, haven't you? None of your goddamn business. All right, well.
Over the past week, something very interesting has happened. Several Democratic governors.
Yeah, you know what hasn't happened? You know what hasn't happened in the last week, ma'am? Fox and Friends has not decided that it is fucking gross to have two dudes and one woman host this show and always put the woman in a short skirt in the middle of the fucking couch down the fucking barrel of the camera. What a bunch, like this pervy bullshit has got to end. When is somebody, I almost want to be invited on that show again. I used to do it when I was on Talk Soup. Just so I can call this bullshit out. Like the whole show is wait for her to cross her legs and uncross her legs. Like it's like Basic Instinct in Friends. Honest to fucking God. And I have nothing, like, this is a job for her. But fucking get a desk. She's a very attractive woman. We know. This is just wholly inappropriate, especially coming from a bunch of assholes who claim to be the better humans and claim to be Christians. It's fucking gross. Quit it. And it's always like, I mean, when is one of these assholes gonna, I want to do this show in a kilt. See if they let me sit in her spot. I promise I won't go commando, but I probably will wear, like, Pinocchio underwear.
Have dropped mask mandates or at least pulled back.
Don't worry, I'll promise to only tell the truth on the show because it would get really awkward really quick.
Mask mandates. And there's this clip that's going viral. It took place at a Las Vegas school. Children so excited that they don't have to wear their masks to school the next day. Take a listen to what that sounded like. Watch this.
Starting tomorrow, we don't have to wear masks anymore.
Yes, that's really sweet. It's very good. Yes, the disease is reaching a point where they will be safer. That's like saying if you've been like in a flood zone for a long time, like starting tomorrow, you won't have to tread water anymore. The water's going down to the point where you'll be able to stand. Yay! That would be the reaction. That's not about the masks, fucko. It's about the receding of the disease, which was going to happen. The problem with this whole thing, by the way, they're going to do this like, this is torturing these poor children. By the way, do you guys ever remember, any Gen Xers out there? Do you ever remember a day? I was out of school in 93 when the Soviet Union fell. But did they announce, starting tomorrow, we're never going to have to hide under our desks to prepare for nuclear war ever again. We're not going to do an exercise regularly. Yay!
I think that would put a smile on anybody's face, but juxtapose that to what President Biden said about easing mask restrictions. He said it's premature. The CDC also said that.
Yeah, that's their concern. That's their job to be concerned. It's their job to actually give a fuck. And premature means eventually we'll get there. Not no. Masks. Put your mask back on. This is mind control. Fuck. That's what they want.
Now is not the time. If now's not the time, when is?
Well, first of
when we have a therapeutic pill, for example, that keeps everybody out of the hospital. When everybody's vaccinated and boosted. When there's not and largely statistically a guarantee that we won't have another version of Delta come through and fuck them up. We won't have a version that affects children greatly. That's the concern. Statistically, is it probable? We don't know. That's why the concern in the premature nature of this, because they're tracking like 4 other variants around the globe to see if they take off. They're hoping they don't. They're hoping Omicron is the end of this. But would you want to be president? Would you want to be like, yeah, masks off, we're done, and then boom, it hits you. Here's a premise. Maybe this is something the Fox folks can grasp. Maybe the trolls could understand this. Let's operate on the perception that it was in fact, according to Trump, a bioweapon attack by the Chinese. This is part of what he's floated at several different times. He chicken shits out of full out saying it, but that's essentially, what he said on multiple occasions. So let's say that's true. That turns out to be true. And that the whole primary wild type that they released was a precursor to the actual weapon. And the real attack was wear them out, send out the minor versions of it, and then right when they're never going to wear a fucking mask again and they're over it, then you hit them with the one that kills everybody. I mean, if you're going to do a chemical weapon or a biological weapon attack, isn't that how you do it? You fake out first. You wear down people's resolve. You release, you don't throw mustard gas in. You just do smoke bomb after smoke bomb after smoke bomb after smoke, and it's hard to breathe and it's difficult and you can't do it and it's very hard. But somebody in your camp or in your fucking bunker decides it's fine, it's not that bad, and then you get up and that's when you get hit with mustard gas. That's how you do it, especially if you've got less of it. If you don't have enough of it. Like Jim Jones, exactly. Jim Jones, everybody thinks that those people drank the Kool-Aid for the first time and died. They didn't. They drank the Kool-Aid multiple times. He wore them down. So even if you believe Trump's bullshit, especially if you believe Trump's bullshit, you would think, all right, if somebody planned this, then the plan wouldn't be to just release it and go, I hope it gets all the people we want to get. You'd have a 3-point strategy for it. If you're smart enough to come up with that shit, you're smart enough to go, okay, we know people will fight back against it. If we do it right away and it kills too many people, everybody will pull back in and the breeze will blow it away. We won't get any of it on them. They'll hide out and it'll be done. So you got to hit them with something lighter and then something a little heavier and then lighter again and then something that's almost inert not really harmful, gives you the sniffles, and then they're like, fuck, everything's back to normal, and then you hit them with something terrifyingly awful because all these people go, no, I don't buy it until they're dead. That's what you do. So if you believe this paranoid bullshit that they're selling all the time, you would be more apt to be cautious. But the truth is they don't believe it. They don't believe that. And they know full well it's a genuine disease, and they know time has passed, and they know that vaccinations are effective. They know boosters are effective. They know that masks lower the amount of virus you get in your system when you're talking to someone who does have it, or if it's in the fucking air. So you won't get it like as big a hit of it growing in your system, so you won't end up in the hospital as if, unlike if you had, like you're talking open air. Right? So the reality is that he's out of office. He stopped giving a fuck after he lost. I mean, he didn't really give a fuck. He was more concerned about the stock market going down. And if he had any fucking brains, if he was a whole different person, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We've done this before where, if Trump had only any of that shit, he'd be a different human being. He can't beat Trump and still think this shit through. But if he'd have just said, this is really awful. What's coming is not the fault of the Chinese, but it's a natural disease and it's coming our way. It's going to affect the whole world, but I am uniquely qualified to get you through this. And I'm going to get you through this. It's going to be rough. I'm not going to bullshit you. We're going to get through this. I want everybody to, we're going to go in lockdown. We're going to pass a couple of bills to make sure that you guys, your savings aren't wiped out. Your businesses aren't wiped out. We're going to keep you afloat until we can get through this. And we're going to slowly but surely make sure that we have health measures in place. And as soon as we have a vaccine that works, everybody can trust, we'll get out there. If he'd have talked even if he just read that on a teleprompter instead of those stupid little shove a light bulb up your ass pressers he had, if somebody else had been able to even talk him in to being sensible, again, he wouldn't be Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a fuck up for life. But if he'd done any of that shit, he'd have been reelected in a landslide. Sorry, he would have. He'd have been. There's no fucking. Everybody knew it too. But he's not capable of it. And now that he's out of office, he doesn't give a rat fuck. And these guys all work at a vaccinated company.
That's adorable. It should have happened a long time ago. And everybody says that the mask for the new variant, at least, is virtually ineffective. I mean, totally ineffective. So I don't know what they're doing and why they're doing.
This is why they're transitioning. The fact that he just said it out loud and then doesn't understand what he actually fucking said, it tells you all you need to know about him. That's what you need. That's what you need to know about Donald. He's like, it seems like the new variant, goes right through the mask and seems to be much more contagious. So I don't know why they're dropping the mask. Well, because it's less virulent, it's less dangerous, it's more like a cold than any of the other variants. And if you get it, you end up with some immunity that can push back against the Delta variant, because that's at least what out of South Africa and other places, that seems to be what's occurred, because Delta has completely been pushed out of cycle by the Omicron variant. It overwhelmed it. On an evolutionary scale, it outlived it. And because of that, that's when you can start talking about removing mask restrictions. That's exactly when you can do it. And he even explained it and then said he doesn't understand it. This is the biggest problem they have, is that time ticks forward. They just don't, they will refuse to admit that this is a factor of things have occurred. This disease happened when it did, under the idiot that it happened under, and then he fucked around and found out for months and months and months, left a total open gap for Biden to have to fill with a plan to get people vaccinated. They are largely. The Delta wave hit. It was a hard one. It reinforced the need for vaccinations. Got people boosted who were in danger. I got boosted myself. A lot of people I know got boosted. And then when Omicron came through, everybody held their breath, no pun intended, to like hoping it wouldn't be worse as far as the damage it did. The Delta, and it turns out this variant affects your throat more than your lungs. That was the huge difference between wild type, which gave you that broken glass lung x-ray that they showed on everybody, and Delta, which did the same fucking thing, but hitting it more the upper chest part of the lungs, and Omicron, which just stuck around in the throat largely. There's a difference. And part of what protected us from that difference and why a lot of the people didn't get wiped out during Delta on the same scale. And by the way, red states started counting their deaths once Biden got in office and were tapping their numbers down while Trump was in office because he was asking them to. Wait till those stories come out when DeSantis tries to run in 2 years. And Trump will go, I didn't tell him to do that. He made that up. Please. But that's what's happening. That's what the South African doctors found. That's what the UK doctors have found. That's what our doctors are finding. And the only thing they're being cautious about is, what if there's another variant around the corner that before people have gotten either Omicron or vaccinated or both, swings around and wipes out a bunch of people who think it's all bullshit because he told them it was bullshit.
But they've come out and said that the mask has almost no impact, especially on the new variant. And I just don't.
And that's why they're lowering the mask mandates. Right?
Inconceivable.
Fucking hell, he's done.
What's going on? But a lot of the states are opening up, and I think politically it would be unacceptable. That's just not going to be able.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Hang out too much longer. It's ridiculous. But that clip is so beautiful to watch. But it should have happened a long time ago.
Yeah,
Mr. President.
No, it should not have. No, it should not have happened a long time ago. It should not have happened a long time ago because people would fucking have died. If it happened before Delta, the death rate would have spiked. And maybe that's what he wanted. Maybe that's what he means. We should have dropped it a long time ago. Just kill off a bunch of these fuckers. I mean, we got too many people anyways. Talk about unfillable jobs. It's like that old Bobcat Goldthwait bit about how, like, employment was great in the 70s after Vietnam. And he's just like, yeah, because a dead guy can't flip a burger.
Place where the virus emanated from, Communist China, is the place now hosting the Olympics. And it is on track, the Olympics happening right now, to be the lowest rated Winter Olympics in American history. What is it about these Olympics that are making people turn it off?
The treatment of the Chinese government, of the athletes themselves, of the Uyghurs, of their human rights record, and of the fact that during the time that they're doing this, the Communist Party themselves are eating beef, corn, pork, and soybeans that Donald Trump sold them.
Well, I think one of the things they turned it off on television is because the place is empty. I would have said that.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, people they're not excited. It's the empty stands thing. It's just COVID in general.
They would have had those stadiums full. But you look at it, it looks like it's just a small event. There's no cheering. There's no anything. And
So what? So with the Summer Olympics, what are you talking about?
Great athletes from all the countries. And our country, they're working so hard. And it's beautiful to watch in that way. But there's no...
But you should have pulled them? Is that what... They want you to say our athletes shouldn't even be there. You're supposed to say that.
You have no fans. I mean, they have a serious policy. You look at a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and they'll have like nobody there. And so I really do think that.
Wait a minute, Eric's there?
I know you are also getting at the fact that all the abuse and all the other problems caused by China, including the China virus, and I understand that also. But it is a much less exciting event to watch on television when you see.
Yeah, it's really just the dynamism that's why it's not the slave labor and concentration camps and rape camps and forced sterilization in mass that's happening now and this second and now and now and now with no end in sight. It's not that. It's not all this stuff that will happen until Xi Jinping is no longer in control and either the Shanghai contingent of the CCP takes over or they break up into 6 separate little countries like the USSR did, which they're probably going to do, I would say, within 6 years. That's another story. But yeah.
Nobody in the stadiums, no cheering, and it just doesn't feel like the Olympics.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, dumbass, they're literally asking you about Uyghur concentration camps. And this asshole went to crowd size. Just think what a petty prick this dude is. It's kind of amazing.
There's a national conversation that seems to be completely out of touch with the American people at every step of the way. And I think one of those examples might be the latest obsession, President Trump, which is again and always seemingly about you. Maggie Haberman of the New York Times has a book out. She's been discussing it on CNN and other platforms.
Yeah. By the way, Trump sat down for a long interview with Maggie Haberman for this book. The whole book. And I haven't read it yet, but she's using parts of stuff. Basically, it's one of these things that happens after an event. When you write a bunch of fucking articles, what they do is after it's over, if there's a lot of exciting stuff in it that happened over the years, book companies will go to journalists who covered the White House or covered the Pentagon or covered the Congress or something during a big scandal that wrote article after article because they were basically sitting there writing the chapters of the book live while it was going on, and then they basically go, make a big, make an addendum to it, wrap it all up in one thing, and thread it with either your personal experience, your personal story that'll make it, fit, where you were, what you were experiencing that might make it a little interesting on a personal level, or do a big interview with the main focus of that thing and then thread their interview through all the shit you were there watching and that you did. And then you can correct anything that turned out to be wrong. You can tell stuff that you didn't have time or the print space to go into or that your editor cut out. You can just expand on that shit. Warren Commission, the Few Good Men, all those things. That's how they work. That's and it's a natural thing. They do it at the end of a television show. They do it it's not weird at all. And Maggie Haberman had bizarrely close contact with Trump considering what she wrote about him. It's surprising that he kept talking to her. And apparently, I read an article last week where just as the story about this book coming out, because it's not coming out till October or some shit, I want to say. It's going to be a little while. But some of it's been leaking to build interest. That she did this interview with him at Mar-a-Lago when he was basically sitting down and talking to anybody earlier last year. And his staff was like, don't talk to Maggie Haberman. He's like, but she always writes about me. He really doesn't give a shit what you say about him, just as long as you say his name. He read that whole, there's no, all press is good press, or, no press is bad press, however you want to carry it. He doesn't care. If it gets his name in the lights, in the papers, or whatever, it works.
And the big takeaway is that you have ripped up papers and flushed them down the toilet. What is your reaction to what you're hearing on?
No. The big takeaway is that he stole 15 boxes worth of materials and took them to fucking Mar-a-Lago and hid him in his apartment like he's going to use them as leverage to get out of foreign debt later. Also, the tearing up of documents is illegal, and the flushing of them would be illegal as well. So everything he said about Hillary Clinton is true of him. So wait for his email
mainstream
server
media
to show
channels
up
in this
point.
book by Maggie Haberman.
Yeah, it's fake news, and she's a fake writer. She got a Pulitzer Prize for Russia, and then they found out it was a hoax. And so did others. Frankly,
it wasn't a hoax. Just knock it off. It wasn't Russiagate. It wasn't a hoax. He tried every which way to try and do business. The only part of it that allows him, in his mind, to call it a hoax is Putin never lived up to any of the extra stuff, like a Trump Tower, any of that shit. That just went away. That was never going to happen. In Putin's mind, probably didn't need to happen because he had leverage on him. He had compromise. But the minute he leaves office, he's fucking useless. And at a certain point, because of the limited control of the executive branch, Putin could only get so much out of him. One of them was shit on and try to break up NATO. Just talk about how it's obsolete and unnecessary. Start breaking it up. Try to get people to kick in more. By the way, that whole thing about getting them to kick in more money was basically trying to get some of them to say no and leave NATO. That was the purpose, not get them to pay us more. They didn't pay us more. What material did they need? Most of them have stuff for their own military that they would effectively donate in a time of war. The 2% part of it, what are they going to do? Send NATO munitions to be stored in a special, the cupboards were bare? Were the NATO cupboards bare, for fuck's sake? No, Putin got all he could get out of this knucklehead.
Ones that get Pulitzer Prizes, they happen to work around you and around Pete. And I will tell you, it's a disgrace. But no, it's a totally false story. She made it up. I don't believe they have sources. Who's going to be a source for that anyway? Who would know that? There's no source. They make it up. You know, they...
Staffers. They're the ones. You do realize, you ever see those signs? Please only flush toilet paper? Somebody's got to keep the White House toilets working. And when there's something in the toilet that's classified, I don't think the White House plumber, except I guess in deference to the Nixon years, any of the plumbers have top secret clearance. They might have to call someone with clearance to get the clog out. Fucking hell. Can you imagine that series of phone calls? Blech.
They oftentimes, these fake writers like her, they act like they know me, like she knows me. I haven't spoken to her in a very, very long time. She knows me no better.
He just did a huge interview with her for this book. Hey, asshole, just because you're lying about your memory and you can't remember shit does not mean she's lying about talking to you just because you can't remember talking to anyone. Good Lord.
The other writer, but they write books like they know, and then they make things like that up. And there would be no way of her knowing if it were the facts. There would be no way of her.
And remember, folks, I can't say this clearly enough, and a bunch of this is going to come out. He thinks he's protected by the idea that this can't be known. That's going to be his storyline, because there's lots of people who absolutely fucking know. And also, there's a huge reason why this will be one of the most easily corroborated elements of what went on in the White House if it indeed did happen, because that's one of the things that gets around the office. He keeps trying to flush shit down the toilet. He what? He keeps trying to flush shit down. He tears up his... We have to tape back the... I had to tape together his PDB again because it's got to go in the presidential records. They have to keep it because he makes notes on it, and his notes are part of the record. Then he tears them up. We got to tape them back together. The other day, the toilet was backed up. They tried to fix it, and they said there's paper in it. So we had to bring in 2 Secret Service guys with a fucking plunger, and I had to look at what was stuck in the fucking toilet. And then we had to, dry it and fucking... God, and he did it again. That's the conversation that's happening in the White House. Of course someone had to fish shit out. Seriously, it's not a shredder, dumbass. Flushing top secret papers down the toilet goes out into the normal sewage. And do you think as much as we all like to think of spies as being the James Bond types, do you think any nation who means us ill is below going to, hearing this rumor around and setting someone in the fucking sewage, with a sifter? just mining for shredded paper. And how the fuck do we know that's not how he got it to people? I got another package, and watch it. I had one of the Trump Tower taco bowls, so it might be a little messy. You might have to bleach it, but it's on its way. I turn and he calls the Russians and lets them know he's got some big business coming their way.
Understanding that or knowing it, but it's a totally fake story made up by her. As much of the news is, I'll tell you, this country, we have to get honest reporting. Because if we don't get honest reporting, it's really leading us down a bad path. And it's really leading us down a path of anger.
Well, it's true. Their obsession knows no end.
Oh, that's, by the way, this is his whole thing. That and we're a tinderbox and people of anger. He's basically trying, this is him, the only time he gets news these days is when it looks like he's trying to foment a rebellion or another coup or some violence, because that's when people pay attention. The rest of this blather, nobody gives a fuck about. Dead serious. It's when he says the tinderbox stuff or they do it with anger, those kind of things. What he's saying is it's the same thing. The one piece of news he got out of that rally he did a couple weeks ago was he was saying they're going to be the biggest protests in the streets and people are going to need to, react very strongly or whatever he said, going at all these state capitals if things happen in Georgia that don't go our way, yada, yada. That stuff got him in the news because it sounded like he was basically telling his people to attack capitals all over the place, which he effectively was, but he just doesn't give a shit if they actually do it. But this is the same shit. It's the only thing that's going to get him, tagged in the news. And they're going to blow off the rambly bullshit and write, because the real article about these interviews when they write them is not Trump, seems to be trying to get his followers to threaten violence or whatever, which is two of the sentences out of there. And he knows he needs to throw that in there, that red meat, to get some attention. But the real articles written about these interviews should be that they're the same blather over and fucking over. He just, it doesn't matter what question, he drops his own needle into whatever groove he wants and prattles the same bullshit line and then, punts the needle to the next groove.
Mr. President, 90% of CNN's audience has left, and a lot of it has to do with their inability to obsess day by day after tweet, as they did for 4 years, with an agenda to boot. But you just mentioned, we just talked about.
By the way, CNN's viewership, is relatively normal to what it's been. The extra viewership they got during the Trump years might be down 90%, but not the overall. Plus, ratings for news is fucked in general. Let me explain something. Because it's I at least try to make this comedically entertaining as best I can, and so therefore we digest the news, and you can take away whatever you want. And like I said, I show the whole thing, most of the time when we do these things, all the way through, so you can make your own judgments. If you want to go watch the whole thing by itself, you're free to do so and see if whatever I said, you would take a different way or whatever. It's different than when the news shoots an interview themselves and throws something up there. This is something they posted and I'm just referencing. Fair use. But the news itself should never be about ratings. The news itself, is, emergencies are the reason for ratings. People tune in because something is awful and something is currently happening and you might be in danger or there might be something to be on the lookout for or whatever. They tune in to see that. But when it doesn't directly affect you, or you're not in an election cycle and you're trying to catch up on some stuff and whatever, arguably you should be able to put the news on pause. The news shouldn't have nonstop fucking ratings. Fiction always beats the news anyways. 1.4 thousand, hey, there you go. 1,400 people in the chat. Yay! All right, here we go.
Book, and part of the reason you're on the program today is to talk about your book. It's called Our Journey.
Oh, God. He'll only go on this show if you'll pump the book, because he's a broke son of a bitch. It's a picture book. He can't even write. It's scribbled with bullshit. Just the lowest res nonstop.
together. It is a coffee table book with
Excuse me, that's fake. It's a square book. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Somebody in Fox thinks it looks chintzy because it's a big square picture book because it's basically Instagram shots and shit he stole from the public record that he's reselling himself. But then they put, that's not what the book looks like, you moron. I've looked at it already. We looked at this. Hold on. Here, I'll show you. This is what it looks like, dickheads. Hold on, I'll shrink this down so you can see it. Right. It's fucking square. It's a coffee table book. Just pictures. Here's me fisting Air Force One. And the pictures in it are, you can also get it. There's two versions, autographed and, 45 books. There's only one book. I had 45 books. Some of the pictures. Boris, one of a kind. He's so good. So good, this guy. Here's me. Stop it. Don't get too excited. Just my coat flaring up. Here's me walking in front of the Queen like an asshole. This was a big rally. People have never seen anything like this. I mean, sure MLK, but not really. Not really. Here's my kids when we're leaving. Here's me signing stuff twice. Here's me. Look at all these okay, no, I'm not ordering it. Here's the regulations. This used to keep lead out of water, and I got it down to this. All this is now free lead. And then this is me and Macron eating on the side of the rope in the old historical buildings you're not allowed in. I'm like, I will only eat in one place, on the dishes that say do not touch. Them autographic Bibles. To the Lion of Judea, love, the second best guy in the world, next to you, JK, I'm really first, DJT. Look, they've got more. They finally got some endorsements. It was just Don Jr. and Ivanka. It's funny, it's patriotic, and sometimes the entire family will enjoy. Oh, sorry, something. President Trump's Sergio Gore. Newest book, Our Journey Together, now available for pre-order. Okay. Congratulations, friend, on this selling book, Our Journey Together. Incredible sales the first week. Get your God. Only if they put the sales link. Amazing news. Is now carrying the winning team publicity book. First authors. Oh, I see. It's their company. Good Lord. That's it. That's all of them, by the way. That's the whole thing. Do not sell my personal information. They had to put this at the top, I guess. Get your copy now. And let's see what other books. They shop books. What other books do they have? The autograph ones sold out. There were 12. Now these delivery in March 2022. They're out. So you can't get glue or leather. But there's the other books are well, there's other book. There's 45 books has just a book. Okay. But it doesn't look like that at all. Mm-hmm. Get back in there, silly.
Pictures from throughout your presidency as well as when you were running. If you would, share with our viewers. You've sold a ton of copies of this book. What is it?
Well, we're about...
Wait, hold on. I had a very good relationship with President Vladimir Putin. Getting along with Russia is a good thing. Not, what does it say down here at the bottom?
300,000 copies already sold, and we're ordering another 400,000. And interestingly, it's not even believable. The printer is one of the biggest in the country. Said,
yes, one of the biggest in the country. Winning Team Publishing. Most of the books that I get are from Winning Team Publishing. But everybody except Winning Team Publishing has run out of, has got plenty of leather and glue and paper and ink. But Winning Team Publishing,
you can't get paper, you can't get ink, you can't get glue, you can't get leather.
Look, we would love to sell more copies of your book. I mean, they're selling like hotcakes, 9 at a time with syrup on top, Mr. President. But it's interesting. We just can't. We'd love to make more, but I don't know.
He said, we've never had a problem getting paper or any of these things before.
Because I was just in a few airports, for the record, and I was also on the Monsters Rock cruise. There was a guy on there who's a photographer who shoots like some of the most classic rock era photographs ever, and he was there autographing copies of his book, and he had lots of them. They were picture books of pictures he took himself of very famous people, and entire articles, like there are 3 pages written by a lot of the guys that were actually photographed by him live about the experience, about the time, about what like complete sentences and everything. He had a few copies of that. Yeah, he did all right.
The supply chain, but it is getting done. Nevertheless, it's been a tremendous seller, far greater than what we thought, because usually that kind of a book, sells on a limited basis, but we're selling numbers like
Well, the 2-ply version, quilted, is selling very well, and the one that puffs Febreze into the air. 666 likes. Look at that.
Seen before.
Right when Trump is talking about his book. Coincidence? I think not.
Really, it's a little bit of a romance. It was done with beautiful pictures of the time spent in the White House, and
it was very romantic. Yes, it's the most romantic time when 600,000 Americans have died, many of them prone on ventilators, never seeing their families again. I mean,
what happened and the reason it became such a big seller is that it's pretty simple. They look at what's going on now with inflation and
and they want to jack off to the past. That's what they're doing. It's just a bunch of maggots. Like, remember what it used to be like? Jesus Christ.
Afghanistan withdrawal, the way it was done. I was the one that got it set to be withdrawn. We were down to 2,000 soldiers. We hadn't lost a soldier.
Yes, hadn't taken any staff out, hadn't taken anybody to support out, hadn't taken any of the contractors out, hadn't taken any of the support folks from the Afghans and their families who qualified for the special immigrant visas, hadn't taken any of them out. Never was going to. Because we were going to keep our embassy, obviously, after the fucking place fell. And we were going to keep the military base there. Yeah, because
18 months, think of that. Not one soldier. And then they did that horrible, botched withdrawal the way they did it. And
wait a minute. I'm sorry. We were in Afghanistan for 20 years. Are we still in Afghanistan? Anybody know? Because 64 people died in Afghanistan while he was president. And our soldiers served honorably getting us out of there. Are we still in? Anybody know if we're still in Afghanistan? We were the entirety of his presidency, even though he ran on it, getting us out. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Susan. Yes, we are out. That's true. We are not in Afghanistan anymore.
They see that, and they see all of the things that are happening with Russia and China and North Korea, and one of the most dangerous of all, it looks like Iran is going to be on their way to a nuclear weapon. I had them totally stopped, just like I had the pipeline in Russia stopped, but they see what happened with.
They were still making it.
Greatest economy in the history of our country, and then China virus came in, and we rebuilt it again.
I mean, basically, now, what I tell you about, like, the record groove, like, he just drops the needle and then just autoplay.
So
Same
I sort
shit.
of did it twice, but we had the greatest in the history of our country in every metric, employment, just a number.
Well, not really. I mean, post-World War II, we're like 1.3% unemployment. Also, now, way fucking better.
Our country was thriving. We were just beating everybody. And, by the way, charging China massive taxes and tariffs, taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We never took in 10 cents. And they viewed it as a romantic period, I think. And I think that's really...
Yes, it was a very romantic period. Especially the Christmas trees that look like something out of the fucking Shining Christmas special.
Why it's doing...
What happened to the Rose Garden? That romantic thing. I mean, what's more romantic than a light bulb up your ass? Honestly.
Well,
Yeah.
because there is a lot of romance to the book. It was, despite all of the
How? Wait a minute. Again, does he think that's a selling point? He doesn't mean there's like pictures of Melania in there. Does he? Like, if this motherfucker put a centerfold in there, I would not put it past him. Fucking, I can only imagine a bunch of like MAGA dudes getting the book and going, fatap, huh?
vicious hoax.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Thanks for telling me to reset. You're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. I've been on the Monsters of Rock cruise, so I wasn't here all last week. So I've forgotten how to do my own show. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, share the show, that kind of stuff. I'm almost done with the first show, and we've only gone through this one interview. Good Lord. Almost done.
And scams that they pulled and made up stories like Russia. You know, you had the Mueller, you had impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2. Despite all of that,
No, he was impeached both times.
I view it as a very glamorous time because our country was doing so well, and we were respected. Putin respected us, and President Xi of China respected us. Kim Jong-un.
Yes, because those guys respect people who are smart enough to be afraid of them.
Respected us. They all did. I tell you, Iran really respected us. They weren't doing a thing, and that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they used to come over twice a week just to cradle my balls.
You're gonna have. Now they don't even talk to the United States. They won't even talk, and they want money. They want.
We are in talks with them right now.
Billions and billions.
You broke the deal. We had to make a new one.
And people viewed it as a very beautiful and maybe romantic time in a sense, despite all.
Maybe say romantic again. All right, do you smell almonds? Is romantic your safe word in an interview if it hurts too much? Jesus.
The nonsense by the other side, and the radical left, I call it, because that's what it is. They're sick. So it was a beautiful time, and people loved it, and that's why it's selling so much. And it's an honor that you asked me that question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
it's an honor that you asked me that question. I was just, he does this kind of like tap on the head moment when he's done with an interview. Like, you do such great work. It's his way of getting out of the interview. That's when his staff is supposed to step in and I'm done. Is that why he's saying that? Or is he literally like, wow, I'm on Fox and Friends. This is exciting.
Mr.
Honestly, I'm not kidding when I say I used to be on Fox and Friends every so often. We do clips of them on TalkSoup. And post 9/11, they lost their fucking minds. I mean, Fox had a panic attack on 9/11 because it was too close to home, and they just became xenophobic and fearful and warlike and nuts more than any other group. They Dennis Millered really hard. He had the same thing. That's what happened to him. And post 9/11, a bunch of people it's like something snapped in their fucking brain, and they couldn't recognize that the scale of life is gigantic. Shit like this happens, and you recover from it if you have any strength whatsoever. They just folded and freaked out, and everything. Now it's just all bad. They just like minor panic attacks every day, and their viewers went that direction as well. Trump went that way, arguably. His xenophobic tendencies kicked into high gear post 9/11 as well. He was just it's like a self-serving hedonist up until that point, for the most part. That's what he gave a shit about. He would toy with the idea of politics, but only because it came with power, and power got you laid, and his looks weren't going to do it, so that would help. That's how he worked it in. So, I would consider going on Fox and Friends a lateral move at best, even with me just doing my live stream. Not kidding. From a publicity standpoint, I'm sure it would reach some people, but it would just bring more trolls than worth. It wouldn't be, it's like when Marianne Williamson went on Jesse Waters. Like, what a waste of fucking time. And this dude's like, it's an honor to be on here. I feel so lucky. It's a dream. Come on.
President, with that said, we want to look ahead towards the future, and there is some speculation swirling that Hillary Clinton is thinking about running for president again in 2024. So the question is,
the question is, can we use that as to try and relitigate that fight? Because basically Biden is kicking our asses right now. So can we pretend that it's Hillary in there? Like, this is just. You're watching three people. Look how excited they are. Look at him. Oh my God, he's going to say lock her up. If he says lock her up, I'm going to plots.
Are you going to run? And with that, will there be a repeat of the 2016 presidential election?
Well, anything's possible. Anything's possible. We're certainly looking at it, and we're working right now with a lot of great people in the Senate and in Congress, and my endorsement has meant a lot, as you know. It's
By the way, this is him teeing up that he wants to play kingmaker, and that he'll only support people who will run interference for him with the DOJ. He thinks that's the fallback plan. He knows he can't get elected again. He's never going to fucking do it. And it won't happen. He'll get eaten alive in a primary. There are a couple of people who think they can win. Only 40% of the current Republican base wants him to run again. That's pitiful considering what his numbers used to be. It's going to be even worse in a couple of years. He's getting worse every fucking time we see an interview. It's repetitive bullshit. He knows he doesn't have the strength to do it again, to do all those rallies all the way up to, he had to do like 3 on election day. Or was it the day before? It all blended together after a while. But he was just busting his ass. Maybe it was at 5? It was fucking stupid. But he's not going to he doesn't have the strength to do that again. He's not going to. What's he going to do? Bitch about the last election and make everybody stay home? Not going to happen. And DeSantis isn't going to pass up his shot to run. He thinks it's him. And so Trump is just going to try and get people in the House and in the Senate specifically who will guarantee that they'll only let certain people through to be justices or judges or pass bills if whoever's president on the Republican side protects him from the DOJ. That's his fallback plan. It's bullshit. It won't work, but it's the only one he's got.
I think it's 158-2. That's pretty good. So a lot of people want that endorsement. I think everybody wants the endorsement. We're working on getting Congress, getting the Senate, and we're looking at it very, very strongly.
Awesome.
And I think
it's not. I don't know, Stoney, but it's not that awesome. Apparently,
a lot of people are going to be happy because our country is a mess. Our country is going to hell. When you look at what's happening at our southern border.
No, it isn't. Our country is not going to hell. The world is in a rough spot because of COVID, and it's coming back, and everybody's trying to figure out the path forward. And the United States, compared to every other country on the globe, is doing fantastically considering. It's like we all had open heart surgery, and we managed to get on our feet and ambulatory again faster.
When you look at the disrespect that other countries have for us, that just a year ago we were more respected than at any time. We would never.
By the way, based on fucking what? What, that Putin didn't think he'd have to attack Ukraine? That you were just going to give it to him? That Kim Jong-un could build all these missiles and just test them later after you left office?
Respected, and now we're just totally disrespected at a level that I don't think we've ever gone that.
Do you think he even knows about the AUKUS treaty, the AUKUS agreement? You think he even knows? Does he think he knows that the Quad is back together and working? Does he know that, like, Sweden and Finland are talking about joining NATO, and that if they wanted to join, it'd take about 3 days to be in? Does he know that we're coordinating with France and Germany between carrot and stick, that we're being the stick and they're being the carrot, and it's working? Does he, do you think he all right, I know he doesn't. It's just silly.
So that's what's happening with the book, and I'll be making a decision. And I think a lot of people will be happy, and I certainly hope.
Yes, your entire family will be happy that you're not running again because they're hoping to make their bones on your name after you fade. They're hoping that he doesn't fuck the legacy so bad that it's toxic all over the globe. Ivanka is just hoping that the Trump name sounds expensive in other countries. And for long enough for her to start, Kushner jewelry.
Choose Hillary because that gives us a very good shot.
President Trump, we're on.
No, it doesn't. You only beat Hillary because of the Electoral College, because of 75,000 votes. If you ran again against her, you wouldn't have people laying back again like they did. You wouldn't, because you're not an unknown entity. You'd have the same problems, and half of your voters don't vote anymore. Jesus.
80 seconds from a hard commercial break, which will cut us all off. But I love your focus on records, 158-2. I know you're a sports guy as well. I know you enjoy football. So here we are, Super Bowl weekend.
Excuse me, citation fucking needed.
Do you have a prediction to share with us on who wins the Super Bowl?
Well, I'm so impressed with the Cincinnati quarterback, a young guy, great guy. I met him during a game that.
Make that 148-3 then, I guess.
He played in college, and he was just a fantastic guy, and he's very impressive. But again, so is Stafford. I mean, you look at what he's done, and it's pretty amazing what he's done. I just don't know. Who knows?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean been quarterback and ended up in the Super Bowl? That kind of what he's done and how impressive it is? Generic sports words. Generic sports words. I have the names of both the quarterbacks written on a piece of paper. Generic sports words. Jesus.
You know the expression in that stuff, who knows? I hate to make predictions. I think.
Yeah, that's the expression, who knows? You know how people just say that? You know how humans have that weird phrase they use, who knows? You've heard people say that. All the cool kids are saying it.
It's going to be a good game, but it's impressive what the two quarterbacks have done.
All right, we'll take that.
Yeah, yes, it is impressive that the two quarterbacks that made it to the Super Bowl, what they have done is impressive. It is impressive that these two guys who are quarterbacks are in the Super Bowl, and being in the Super Bowl is impressive, and therefore what they have done to get into the Super Bowl is impressive. Also, sports words. I am relatable. Squirt, 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 squirt. I am relatable. Jesus Christ.
A bit of a political answer, Mr. President, but we'll give you that. It's okay.
A little bit political.
A little bit. It's all right. But thank you for joining us. The book is called Our Journey Together, and congratulations on the amazing success of the book, Our Journey Together. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
By the way, I've decided to release a picture book called Our Journey Together, which is just pictures of me in this stool over the last 2 years, just sitting here talking into my microphone as Ficus and other people. And I'm just gonna sell it at 42books.org. All right. That brought us right up to the tail end of this. Can I do another short video real quick? Because since I've been missing, I don't want to stay on too long because it is Valentine's Day and I got to figure out how, what my girl wants for dinner. Although she really just wants to stay home. We basically had Valentine's weekend for the most part, but still, I want to, hang out with my girl. But it's only 5 o'clock. We're okay. And this video is called Mike Lindell Financially Canceled. I kind of have to.
The American hero right now, the armor-piercing shell, Mike Lindell. We got breaking news. Lindell, here.
The armor-piercing shell, Mike Lindell. If your armor is made out of marzipan, maybe.
The reason it's like Tina Peters came on. She's already given her life for her country in defense of it. Her navy.
What the fuck? She's not dead, dumbass. given her life. She went to jail. She took photographs of secure passwords. She violated her oath of office. She's not even going to go to prison. She's probably just going to get a fine. Given her life.
SEAL son, right? Her Navy SEAL son gave his life for defense of his country.
Well, yeah, her son did.
Saw Victor Avila. He's got his partner gunned down, defending American citizens, defending our border, defending what we stand for 11 years ago, right? You have been around the country. I keep telling people, the reason we have Lindell on the show all the time
is because he sells My Pillow ads on the fucking show, and it's one of the only thing that keeps this stupid thing afloat, because it's wholly unpopular and kept online by the Heritage Foundation and other psychotic donors. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. This is Hal Sparks, Megaworldwide. Gleam. All right.
Lindell's in meetings. Lindell makes me look. I think I work hard, and I put in probably 18 hours a day, 7 days a week on this project. I'm a piker compared to.
It doesn't show. Maybe you're doing more harm than good. If you're working that hard and this is what you're coming up with, I mean, I would seriously think, have you thought about maybe firing yourself and finding someone else?
Yeah. This guy's a beast. He's everywhere. So as a reward for all of this and the great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, to work more than 18 hours a day straight, 6 days a week on something. I mean, you'd have to be like, fuck, you'd have to be smoking some serious, working. You're a
manufacturing
great
company
work
you have up there, and everything you've done, Lindell, as a reward for defending your country.
He doesn't fucking sew pillows at night, asshole.
Getting to the bottom of the biggest crime in American history, the stealing of the 2020 election. And as we say, elections have consequences. Stolen elections have catastrophic consequences. And literally, with only the.
It's great. It's great. It's a great turn of phrase. It's like a haiku, except without meaning.
Room and Lindell TV and Real America's Voice and One America. The poll comes out from The Economist, right? The other day, and the CNN says 53% of non-college educated white women, 53% think Joe Biden's illegitimate. 49% of working class of non-college educated white males. Okay, and all the numbers are terrible, but those two, people understand the combo platter there.
Wow, weird. Less than 50%. As hard as you guys have been working, you still can't crack 50? You're kind of like Trump's poll numbers.
The largest voting bloc in this nation, and a big hunk of them.
Well, no, thanks to Trump, they stopped voting. So they might have used to be, not anymore.
Folks are either independents or Democrats. This is what made Trump president in 2016. This is what's going to change this nation with working class Hispanics, middle class Hispanics, particularly African American men, the guys like the Roy.
Don't bring up middle class Hispanics. You're going to make Tucker Carlson cry.
Whites of the world and Chinese Americans.
He doesn't want to have to share the party with those guys.
Asian Americans. I had a belly full of this. Mike Lindell, for all your hard work in defense of your country, tell us what.
Have you ever thought of for all your hard work? Have you ever thought of working smart instead?
Happened today, sir.
Well, I just got served the papers. They're closing my account at Minnesota Bank and Trust. That's Heartland Financial Inc. Remember we brought it up a couple weeks ago, and all of you reached out to those to their bank president and stuff at Minnesota Bank.
Why are they hurting Mike Lindell? Why are they doing it? Mike Lindell's got he can't even have an account at Minneapolis Savings and Loan and Card. He can't even get a loan to buy one of his own fucking pillows.
Austin, I hadn't heard from him.
What?
Well, the coward served this paper on Friday afternoon after the close of business day. They didn't even bother to sign it. It says,
"Oh, they didn't wouldn't even sign. It's not even official. That's not even true. They have to sign it. It's not official. No. It's like a check. You get a check isn't worth anything unless someone signs it. Sign the Trump. It's on the top.
Respectfully, Minnesota Bank and Trust. Then it puts in here, should the account schedule be closed with a negative balance on February 18th, a report will be submitted to check systems. In other words, Steve, now they're worried that the account, when I pull my...
Yeah, they're afraid he's going to shut his account with that. He's going to overdraft the account in the day they're going to close it. And he's going to not pay them the money. And then he would never do that.
Money out before they shut the thing down. They're shutting it.
Yes, if you, I don't know why. This is how you know they hate America. This is why they hate America. Because they won't even let him steal some money from the bank and never pay it back. They put legal boilerplate in this thing and they didn't even sign it. It was a little heart over the eye. Why would they do that?
On the 18th, and they said they'll mail any balances, but I suppose they're worried that it would go negative, that there'd be a negative. But what count?
I understand that banks always have to write that legally in case you try it because you can't. But they should do that to you, Mike Lindell. They shouldn't do that. It's wrong.
They're just cowards. Unreal. This is.
That's right. They're afraid. If they had any guts at all, they would tell that to you to your face. Well, just buck naked holding a shrimp fork. If they had any guts at all, but they're cowards. They're such cowards, they write you a letter. And they send it to your lawyers. And then they just keep working on other people's accounts. Like the cowards that they are. Why would they do that?
This is what it's come to where, banks canceled because, and here's their reason. Based on a compliance review. Remember, 2 weeks ago, they said it was because they didn't want to be in the public eye. Because Mike Lindell's in the public eye. Well, I've had the Lindell Recovery Network, the Lindell Foundation, Lindell Outreach.
You've had Lindell TV. You've had Lindell LionJesusPaintings.com. You've had Lindell Eagle Sculptures on Your Shelf.org. You've had Lindell ties. You've had Lindell Christian pins that don't mean shit. And you've had Lindell pillows.
We had these with this bank for years. And what changed? We had a Lindell TV.
They were with him through crack. Okay, they let him buy crack with money from his. They let him buy crack using a debit card, but they won't let him fight for America. They won't let him fight for America.
About 9 months ago.
What?
Well, as we get right over target, everybody, and that reach goes out there. Which we have.
Oh my God, you're even starting to talk like Steve Bannon.
And it's like, how can we stop Mike Lindell from getting the word out? So let's go to his
Hold it. But hang on. Stop. Hang on. Whoa. Hang on.
Okay, I'm trying. I'll stop crying just for a second. I'm sorry. I have to hydrate. That was too much. I'm okay. That was too much. I can't. That was a lot. All right. So anyways, go ahead. Tell him, Steve.
This what ties to the fact they have all the social media oligarchs. They've deplatformed everybody. Mm-hmm. They have the New York Times, the Washington Post, MSNBC, CNN, relentless. And every story.
By the way, holy shit, the Minneapolis Savings and Loan has the biggest clients I've ever heard of.
The lies of this movement, it's all false, it's lies. Everything, they just put editorial comment right into when they try to report the facts, lies. You've got War Room and Real America Voice and Frank, it's now Frank Speech and TV. You got One America. Because Newsmax won't cover it. They will not touch it. Fox goes the other way.
Why?
They're pitching the other side. Let's be brutally frank. Let's just be honest. They pitch the other side.
Yeah.
Okay? And they're in the Mitch McConnell, George Bush, because they're all Bush guys. That whole thing's Bush. The Murdochs are up to the neck and burst. They try to shut this. They had Megyn Kelly. What do you think Megyn Kelly said? Steve Bannon's the biggest misogynist in the world. He unleashed a Breitbart apparatus on me when I tried to take out Trump in August of 2015 at the first Republican debate, when she tried to kneecap him. And I said,
by the way, I don't want. Why would I interrupt this? Why would I even bother? It's like working at a restaurant and someone comes in and goes, "Do you mind if I just cook my own meal myself?" And you're like, "You guys just take a break." Yeah, sure, okay.
No, I don't care about Fox. Roger Ailes is a friend of mine. He called me up. You got to back off. We ain't backing off one iota. In fact, how about this? We're going to have 100 more articles about her. Suck on that. Okay, we're not backing. It's the same.
Well, that's, by the way, he's talking about doing 100 articles about Megyn Kelly. And his answer about that, by the way, considering why Megyn Kelly ended up leaving Fox, was suck on that. That's his tower. By the way, Mike Lindell wants you to believe he's a Christian. Look, Jesus is even watching Mike Lindell laugh at his suck on that Megyn Kelly gag about the fact that she left Fox because she was sexually harassed. Isn't that nice? Look how happy he is. This is like the biggest genuine smile I've seen him have in a while, right? Look at that. Never more happy than when Steve Bannon says suck on that to a woman who was sexually harassed out of her job at Fox. There you go. All right.
So Lindell finally gets this thing up, and the next thing you know, he's got this massively profitable business. Banks are trying to, if Mike Lindell kept his mouth shut, he'd have every bank in the country trying to get his business. But as soon as Mike Lindell says, hey, I think I'm going to launch some TV thing because Fox won't put me on anymore, next thing
yeah, yeah, all I have to do is attack the very fabric of our democracy and finance people showing up at the Capitol to attack it. And all of a sudden,
and here
people want to take their money out of the bank he's got his money in because they support him.
Here's the irony of it. It's called Heartland Bank. You couldn't pick an organization that has less Heartland values than this financial institution, Mike Lindell.
Yeah,
Why? Because they won't finance or hold the finances for his anti-American democracy-destroying blatherfest. And by the way, because it doesn't make enough money or hold enough money to fucking matter. Because let's be honest, if there is some truth to what Steve Bannon is saying, is that if Lindell TV and Frank Speech, which are the same fucking thing in two different websites, were meaningful financial endeavors and actually charted on the level that MyPillow did, or MyPillow's stuff hadn't taken a shit like it has in the last couple of years, even though he's narrowcast his products almost entirely to the maggot base. They've all got their pillows. They're done. They don't need another one. They bought their mattress topper, their occasional towel, but they're done. They're not going to keep buying that shit over and over again. Not enough anyways. Not enough to make it meaningful. Meanwhile, Heartland Bank has like giant real estate developers and pension funds and shit like that going through it. They don't need his money. It's not enough to matter. It's not worth the fucking trouble. That's it. They're going to lose a real client if they don't dump him. That's what's happened.
It's disgusting because it all goes back to them trying to cancel our voice, everybody, but we're not going to let it happen. That's why I say we're better off every single.
Again, fucko, none of this requires even like having a server for your own videos and your live streams to put up. It's expensive, but it's not like super expensive. If I wanted to do this show just straight on my website and just like live stream directly using some abstract service, there's dozens of free services all over the world that I could use, and then just like basically paste the video on my website and put a chat below and have people go there and create it that way. Right? Just minor thing. Just start your own. You don't need YouTube or Twitch or any of these things. And if you have money like he has, you could finance all of it on a shoestring. Seriously, it cost him like maybe $10K a month, which is enormous for somebody like me, but is, pitiful. It's chicken shit money for him. Why doesn't he?
That goes by is better than the day before because of all of you out there. Everybody's spreading the word. We're using every platforms we can, even in spite of them trying to keep it down. And, hey, isn't that something, Steve? You go, okay, he built this Frank speech on Lindell TV. How are we going to get to him? I can just see their big brain, their marketing crew. Let's go after his base.
Yeah,
Let's go to
how's
his
that
bankers.
even possible?
Well, these bankers that are supposed to be...
That's exactly what we're planning, Mike Lindell. I've got a whole strategy. I think about it every day. I go, oh dear God. I go to my Lindell TV. It's so successful. I go to frankspeech.com. It's so successful. And then I realize, oh, they're the same shit. You're just posting it in two places, and because you don't know what the difference between a website and a website are, and so you got confused. And I every day I try to come up with a new way that I can get rid of you. I must stop Mike Lindell. It's the greatest plan I came up with is genius. I've come up with a genius plan to get rid of Mike Lindell. I've let him fuck himself into a cocked hat. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. I don't know why it took me so long. I don't know why I thought maybe I should do something. And then I was like, I need to trip this guy up. I need to throw a monkey wrench in the whole system. And then I realized, here's this asshole standing over his own engine, juggling monkey wrenches, and he doesn't know how to juggle. I go, why didn't I think of it? Why in the world didn't I think, if I had this whole time, if I had just said, let him fuck up on his own, it would have saved me so much time. It would have saved me so much work. I could have, I nicked myself shaving on my head the other day. I was in a big fucking hurry to try and ruin your life. That's all I think about all the time, all day long. How can I stop him? And then there you go.
Said, well, I guess when he called my controller, we're Republicans.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yes.
That doesn't mean you're...
It means I voted for Bush 1 and 2 and Reagan, and I tried to get Romney in office, and I voted for Trump twice, even though I can smell the man in the voting booth. I have greater than normal olfactory senses because of a growth that I have. It's something that happened as a child. I had my head slammed in the door of a ice cream freezer. It's a long story. It's not important. I have permanent brain freeze, and it's what makes me so angry. But this is why also I vote Republican. In general. But yes, so I am a Republican, if you must know.
You're worse then you're worse than anybody out there. Then you're a Brad Rassenberg.
Now you're just flirting. He just said I was worse than anyone. Thanks, Mike. You know what? You're all right. I take it back.
Then you're a coward and a criminal.
The coward.
All right. You can't backhanded compliment me that way. Call me a coward, that's fighting words, and then call me a criminal, and then I'm supposed to like you again. Yes, coward, criminal, Republican.
The cowards at this bank, and particularly shareholders, people that buy this stock, got to understand, we're winning.
Yes, it's the weirdest bank ever. I went over there yesterday, because I have several, accounts. I shuffle money around quite a bit, and I've got a bunch of LLCs that are curiously named that I hide a lot of things. Anyways, I was over there. It's the only bank where the shareholders just fucking hang out. They're always hanging out. I don't understand it. It's completely weird. They're all in the lobby. I was like, are you in line? Like, no. I just have stock. I was like, fuck me. And are you in line? No, I bought a couple of shares last summer, and I'm hoping they go up. Well, get the fuck out of the way. Can I speak to a teller? No, that's not a teller. He's just another shareholder. She just stands behind the counter because we're running out of room. Motherfucker.
Or when in November. We'll see how your bank license goes then. Because listen, we're not playing. We're not going to play. This is not your dad's Republican Party, your grandfather's Republican. We're not going to play.
No, definitely not. your dad's Republican Party actually gave a shit about the Republican Party. This is like your great granddad's Republican Party. Right when he was like he would flip a wooden nickel and go, fuck it, I'll be a Whig.
Nicey. It's town. We're going to identify those oligarchs that deplatform people on social media and media, and we're going to we're going to go specifically to who tried to debank people. Don't think you get a free shot on gold.
Yeah. Debanking is the next. Debanking culture is the worst. Trust me, I have lots of friends in porn. What, you think my head's the only thing that's big?
Up in Minnesota, you should understand hockey. You're not going to get a free shot on goal, okay?
I don't understand sports analogies. Please stick to your bizarre, belabored military ones.
We're going to play Smash Mouth. And all of your Wall Street...
I hate that band. Click, gone, count me out. Smash Mouth. I don't even like Smashing Pumpkins. Because one time I wore Trump makeup and they came after me with a bat.
Investors got to understand that. This is not a free shot on Mike Lindell. No more free shots. I want to bring in...
we call those boosters around here. All right, you're done. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I'm gone. So stupid. Sorry. I don't know how I got caught in that guy, but I like him. I don't know. Is that the Great Magoo? Is that who that's going to be? I don't know. We got to name him.
Magoo.
Yeah. All right. One more. Let's see. What do I have? Oh, look, it's our dear friend, Rusty Balls. Rusty Sock Wrench, whatever his internet word name. This is called, the title of this video, and then I really do got to get out of here, but I'm just going to, this is worse than we thought. And now, I know what you're thinking. The rest of his videos are all like, the world is ending and it's terrible and they're going to poison us and kill us and all that. But this is even worse than that. Yeah. I don't know if I have a, let's see. Do I have a, I kind of have a, do I have a Brit I can do? Like, hello. How are you, my friend? Hello. How are you? Good on you, fella. It's more of an Australian. But I like the Australians a lot more than I like this fella. Yeah. Don't forget. Hold on. Got to stretch this out. Pictures. Oh, stop. Move it over here. There you go. That's better. No. Probably not. All right. We'll see where we feel like going. Here we go. All right. This is Russell Brand. This is worse than we thought. Now, I reserve the right to bail out of this because A, it's getting late and I'm going over anyways. And secondly, I honestly don't give a shit what he has to say. I just, every so often, we check in with this grifter to see what the fuck he's up to. And apparently, he's got to peak the meter, he's got to bury the needle at some point, right? He's got to peak the meter. All right, here we go.
In the week that I've been put on the right-wing list, we ask, what's the point in having these labels when both parties are funded by the same corporate...
Oh, right. So if you didn't see, there's like a list of people Rogan has had on considered left-wing, considered right-wing. By the way, I don't know why I didn't end up on the list at all. I was on that fucking show a long time ago, but it was really before he got too much into the, it was pre-Trump era in a lot of ways, so nobody gave a shit. It's only like during the rise of Trump that Rogan really has risen during the time. Coincidence? I think not. But he ended up in the right-wing category because he's effectively anti-vax. And he cradles Putin's balls a lot on his show and does a lot of RT and Tucker Carlson talking points.
And would a right-wing person wear this?
Yes, they would. Rich right-wing assholes wear designer fake dirty shirts all the time. Yeah, that is a... What do you think? What do you think? Over under. I'm going with $75 for that t-shirt minimum. Probably $120. And because I say that, it's probably going to be $200. That's a $200 shirt. Let's just go with it.
Same corporate donors. And would a right-wing person wear this? Glory be to each of the 4.9 million awakening.
By the way, this is his sales pitch to where he kisses the ass of his subscribers. I haven't brought myself to do that, largely because I have too much respect for you guys. You watch because you want to, not because I'm like, thank you for being here. You're the greatest people ever because you found that I am the smart person that you always thought I was. And therefore, come and gather around me as I tit out the sweet milk of wisdom upon you. Like this is so gross.
Refusing to live on a daily diet of tripe and slime pumped out by a media machine that wants you stupid. Well, no more.
Hey, fucko, that's your show. For real. I mean, his whole show is muddying the waters between reality and perception anyways, as if it doesn't really matter. Is anything you see really true? Does anything go together or fall apart or come to pieces or whatever? Like, fucking hell.
We are awakening. We are questioning. We're refusing.
Fucking Q bullshit. The Great Awakening is a Q phrase, and it's not an accident that he's saying we are awakening, we are questioning, the Q word thrown in after he says the Great Awakening, we are awakening. Like, that's so low-res QAnon bullshit. He's trying to scoop up the remnants of QAnon. They got to go somewhere. They got to go clamor for hope, on the fringes of bullshit someplace, and there's Russell.
Succumb to their lies. Hey, guess what we found out the other day? That the Democrat Party are accepting funding that's known as dark money from corporate donors that ultimately means...
First of all, they're not going to stop taking money from corporations, either putting it into super PAC, which they have no control of because you're not supposed to work with those, or giving it directly to campaigns individually, which they can give the same amount that a person can give. If the Republicans aren't going to do it, why would the Democrats pants themselves and not have money to fight back because advertising is expensive and you don't get free ads on TV? Seriously. But this makes them equally as evil, all right, because it's basically bribery. But I'm sure he's got a chart he's going to show us that shows that, oh my God, the Democrats are taking way more, and it's from the most evil stuff. Let's see what he has to, what his proof is.
The Democrat Party
besides the fact that the Democrats said, no, we're going to take some corporate money, that we'll be picky about it, but we're not going to just say no corporations at all, because we would never be able to compete against the Republicans at all. Wouldn't be possible. All right.
Be able to fulfill their presumed and stated mission to help ordinary Americans. Okay, so let's have a look at this story. Luke Savage in...
The Democrats are choosing to rely on corporate donors. That's it. That's it. That's this is the article. This from the Jacobin. Fucking the same. They're literally communist. Anna Kasparian does their TV show. And by the way, if they have a plan for getting all corporate money out of politics at the same time, so that one side isn't completely fucked by the other. By the way, the Jacobin and the writers there basically want the Democrats to say none so they can go down swinging and die as a party while the Republicans effectively take over everything.
Jacobin writes, the ambient influence of big money in American politics has become so overwhelming it can be difficult to discern where institutionalized bribery stops and anything even resembling the public interest begins.
Okay, this is what this guy is writing. From the Jacobin, the Democrats are choosing to rely on... He's reading this like it's fact and not the prose of this guy with a take. That you realize, feel what you feel about money in politics. And believe me, it's the Democrats who've been trying to get Citizens United overturned and all these things. And ultimately, the reality is that money in a great form, unless it's a specific buy-in, and you're talking about like the concerns over Manchin and Sinema, for example, that Sinema's going to get like a pharma job after she leaves and be the next Martin Skrellick, or that Manchin is getting money from coal companies to keep his state afloat and yada yada, and that's how he stays in office. Those specific things, which are more distinct as a form of political bribery, other than them just contributing to campaigns, because a lot of times these corporations will give to both campaigns, because they're hoping you'll be a little nicer to them if they gave you his money. Doesn't necessarily guarantee that. And a lot of them get pissed and start goosing the money on the other side, trying to clear out. But nobody's on their side if it's big oil or what have you, and like they used to be. So they're all having a hard time finding takers in that regard. But this, however you feel about it, is not a fact. This is prose. Nothing wrong with writing prose. This is his opening shot. This is Luke Savage's take on these things. It is actually quite easy to discern where institutionalized bribery stops and anything even resembling the public interest begins. It's quite easy if you actually give a fuck. If you want the government as it stands of the United States, for whatever reason, to be destroyed from within, then you won't discern between the two, because your goal is for it to collapse. Because you think in its collapse, the seeds, the bloom of a communist utopia will come. And that's the Jacobin way, just so you know.
Just as ambient, fittingly enough, is the sound of mainstream politicians from both major parties condemning and decrying its corrupting influence, usually while finding creative new ways of leveraging it themselves. America.
Based on what? Again, more prose.
Campaign finance debate has thus become both an arms race and an unconvincing pantomime act with more than enough hypocrisy to go round.
Okay, so both sides do it, is the majority of it. And remember how we talk about 3 paragraphs in? What happens 3 paragraphs in? That's where you get the yeah but, right? The balancing act of, yeah, I know I was selling you at the beginning of the thing that it's this one bad thing, that there's a tornado coming. More than likely, or how about this? More than likely, there's an asteroid coming towards the Earth. Right now, it's going to hit us. And then it's like asteroid headed towards Earth is the headline. 3 in is like, at any given time, there are tens of millions of asteroids headed towards the Earth, many of them the size of a pin. Most of them burn up. But the odds of, in the next 80 billion years, one of them the size of a Buick might pass close by the Earth. And what are we going to do about it? That's what shows up in the third, right, in the third paragraph, and all these kind of articles. And that's exactly what you have here. America's campaign finance debate has thus become both an arms race, meaning Democrats don't want to lay down this money if the Republicans are still going to have it because they're going to be fucked. And both of them decrying like who they're not going to take it from, at special interests, that word being ultimately useless, because when Democrats talk about special interests, they talk about oil companies and hedge funds, and Republicans talk about it, they mean like nursing unions and teachers unions and like union pension funds. Same thing, right?
This here, our sources, which we link to in the description. This is Genuine Journalism by Luke Savage from Jacobin.
Yeah, it's genuine journalism. He's done like 3 whole paragraphs so far of his opinion about his attitude about how this should sort of be in an article that sounds like it was written in 2004.
I believe is left. Is that left? I mean, I don't track anymore. This is what journalists should be doing. It is out there if you're willing to look for it. Get out of the mainstream.
Hold on. What is he looking for? You haven't shown us anything yet, fucko.
Get into the tributaries of truth. Every election cycle.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell it's hard news with a lot of sources. And when this shows up, of course, if this was Tucker Carlson, he would cut the "it seems" part out. And that's effectively what you're seeing Russell do right now. Every election cycle, it seems, now yields new innovations in shadowy fundraising paired with increasingly absurd declarations from across the spectrum that raking in huge sums from wealthy people. Okay, that's the difference. Individual donors, Zuckerberg buying, voting boxes for, drop boxes for Georgia is effectively a backdoor donation to the Democratic Party, which is Trump's, that's Trump's line.
Seems now yields new innovations in shadowy fundraising, paired with increasingly absurd declarations from across the spectrum.
Like what?
That raking in huge sums from wealthy people and powerful lobbies is the only way anyone can possibly compete. And, as some insist, win on the scale necessary to purge big money for good. I'm only taking this big money to get rid of this big money. Bernie Sanders, of course, was memorably funded.
He cut something out there. He didn't like that. He had another joke and he took it away. I don't know why. I'm sorry we missed it.
Small donations. That was one of the things people were excited about by Bernie Sanders. And it seems to me that a good faith gesture from both
Yeah, it would be a good faith gesture if the Democrats would take a page out of Bernie Sanders' book and lose multiple times, while also getting a book deal with a large corporation, which apparently also publishes books by people who his Bernie supporters would consider evil, and while he lives in 3 houses. The dude's a millionaire. There's nothing wrong with how he came about being a millionaire. He sold a bunch of books. It's totally fine. But he lost, and it wasn't stolen from him. He's an independent who used the Democratic Party as a super PAC. He temporarily became a Democrat to take advantage of the party structure. And then when he didn't win, he left. And then when he wanted to run again, he went back and did it again. And he lost. He lost fair and square both times. It wasn't stolen from him. He lost. It's okay. And part of the reason he lost is because he did not have the fundraising apparatus to break out. He had a 27% ceiling on the voter base. That's it. He was never going to get past that point. And it's great that he has a great following like that. It's totally cool. And again, there's nothing wrong with his individual supporters doing, giving their money to him and that being his point of fundraising. But ultimately, it is one of the reasons why he never crested nationally, even with the huge name recognition he had. Because he never got a chance to define himself, which is partly what you do with the money you get in a campaign, is you spend it defining yourself with ad campaigns across a lot of places, and he never had enough. It's just true. And you have to understand, Russell is not sympathetic towards Bernie Sanders. Russell does not give a shit about Bernie Sanders. What Russell really wants is the rest of the Democratic Party to be a bunch of well-meaning also-rans. It's just true. The 27% isn't growing, Cindy. It isn't. I'm serious. Bernie was a mayor of Burlington and worked his way up. That's true. He also changed his stance on gun control, for example, to the right of Hillary Clinton so that he could become a senator of an independent state like Vermont. It's okay. Not faulting him for that. He represents the people of that state, not just himself and his nationwide followers. He has a responsibility to his constituencies, and Vermont's a fairly pro-gun state. So he changed his position so that he could get elected, so that he could do some of the good that he has done. And if he hadn't, he never would have been the Bernie you know. You would have never known about what he wanted to do or any of his other plans, because he would have just stayed the mayor of Burlington in Vermont. It's just true. So, I mean, you don't have to like it. That was part of it, Leather Goddess. That's the timing of it, yes. But he wouldn't have become a senator. He knew that if he wanted to move up the state ladder, he had to change his gun stance. And he did. He changed his gun stance to get elected. And if he hadn't, none of the other stuff he wanted to do would have gotten done. And he didn't do it to become a Democrat. He did it to win office. He's a politician. And it's all right, because he could do more good in this area, and he could have a more moderate view on guns than, say, an NRA candidate, and he threaded a needle so he could stay in office. He's not a messiah. He's a functioning politician, and he had plans and stuff he wanted to do, and he shepherded through some great things because of those changes. Right, because he listened to his constituents to get elected in that state.
Parties, whether you're Republican or Democrat, would be, hey, we're not going to accept that money anymore. One of the things that personally fascinates me.
And again, that's the other thing is, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, he doesn't expect the Republicans to do it. He knows they won't do it. He's not wanting them to do it. And anyways, he really honestly knows they won't. But he wants the Democrats to do it so they will go down swinging and diss a fucking peer.
That over the last week or so, I've been condemned for being right-wing. I know some of you are right-wing, and they're saying, oh, well, you are a bit right-wing, really, Russell, and like, there's nothing wrong with being right-wing. And do you know what? I agree. Right-wing, left-wing, whatever. But what I'm saying...
Yeah, right-wing, left-wing, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just a label for the shit that I believe that's fucked up. Part of the reason why you're being labeled as right-wing isn't just to dismiss what you're saying. It's not to attack you so you won't be pro-Bernie. It's because of the fucked up right-wing Tucker Carlson QAnon bullshit you float. It does matter. If the label is descriptive of your behavior and your attitudes, then the label means something when people say it to you. It's like rude, pleasant. What's the difference? If I open a door for you, I slam it in your fucking face. It's just these are just labels.
Is that neither of these parties are representative of the interests of ordinary people, and we should start.
Yeah, they are. The Democratic Party got the emergency rescue package passed and the infrastructure bill passed this year because it's actually functional governing for working people. The broadband aspect of it, which I touted, and I was glad enough to convince a couple of people that that was the primary sales point, and it fucking well worked. And I'm not the only person that had that idea. I was just one of the louder ones. It has a meaningful impact on people's lives. Getting out of Afghanistan for fucking real instead of selling the idea and running on the idea. Eventually, I'm going to do it because I'm the guy. There's a huge difference between saying you're going to get out of Afghanistan one day and actually doing the hard work of getting out of there so that you don't keep pouring taxpayers' money down a well or setting it on fire. So you can use it for something like the infrastructure bill. It does fucking matter. There is a goddamn difference. And the people who sell you on that there is no difference are people who have, he's fucking British. He can't, won't, never will vote in our elections. Has no genuine care about how our elections go, except for how he can entice certain people in the States to follow his line of bullshit. Tell you what, turn your country into a full-fledged democracy, get rid of the monarchy, then give us a fucking call.
To look beyond these labels. Even doing a story like this one, where we criticize the Democrats.
Hey, asshole, it's not a story. You have so far just read prose. Show me a fucking chart. What has he shown us? I'm dead serious. We're 3 minutes into this fucking thing and I'm aggravated. But 3 minutes into this fucking thing and he's holding this article up like it's fucking news. This is something that you can find on the Jacobin anytime you click on that fucking site. That's all they talk about. And they have never, no one associated with that I'm aware of, have ever made any headway changing any of it. Ever changed a fucking thing. It's a bitch fest.
Party for accepting more dark money than the Republicans could be used and perhaps might be used.
Hey, fucko, where does it say they take more? Show me. Please hold that up. Please get there.
Democrat-leaning media institutions to say, see, Russell Brand is right-wing. But pointing out that someone is corrupt shouldn't be what bans...
Hi, fucko. You're not. You're not pointing out that someone is corrupt. Okay, look. The idea of bribery is as a corrupting influence is something we can all understand. The insinuation that if I gave you $10, it wasn't because I like you or I support you, but because I'm trying to bribe you is a wholly different thing. You need to know what's in my heart, what's in their heart, what the actual $10 will buy, whether or not they had an option of getting the $10 from somebody else, or they give a rat fuck where they get the majority of it from, just as long as they meet their fundraising goals. Where in this has he pointed out that someone's corrupt so far? Anybody? Has there been a name in this other than, the Dems and the Republicans basically do the same thing? And honestly, we're just pointing this out. Where is this? Which part? It's fucking blather, but it has a point. What's the point of this entire thing? For you, anybody who's left-leaning at all, who actually cares about the progress that's being made, the record number of diverse judges, the first black woman on the Supreme Court potentially, which, is we're staring down the barrel of and will actually happen this time. The infrastructure week ending with an actual infrastructure bill for the first time in fucking 22 years. Getting out of Afghanistan after 21 years. The rescue package giving us 1 million more jobs than were projected this year. Russell doesn't give a fuck. He lives in his little cabin in his designer shirt with his fake necklaces that he buys out of get him at a curio shop in his travels. He bought it from a designer, or they gave it to him to wear on a red carpet, so he kept it with his fake fucking pile of wood and his bullshit bay window. And someone else sprays his fucking plants and his bullshit meditation channel that, I'll wind you up and then I'll let you down. Because that's really what this is. Is this the channel that just, drives business towards his meditation thing? Are you wound up? You feel like you're going to shit yourself every day? Come over and I'll teach you how to fucking breathe, right? Does he shower? Of course he does. This is all for show. Again, fucker doesn't vote.
From a particular ideology, that's the problem. The problem is the corruption. Excuse me, we're corrupt. And if you point...
What corruption? What corruption? Point it out. There are citable examples. I even brought them up with the potential for Kristen Sinema, the belief that she might get a a job from pharmaceutical companies because she's pushing back against Medicare expansion, for example, or perhaps Joe Manchin's ties to the coal industry. Is that what you're talking about? Then bring it the fuck up.
Now that we're corrupt, you can't be in our gang anymore. Is that what it's come down to?
No, it's not come down to this. It's come to you reading an opinion piece as if it's fucking news and then lecturing us all about fake news.
I also know that loads of you, because I read the comments below, and I'd love you to comment on this video, said what they can do?
Yeah, because that's where the money is made. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. And I'm sure later on, if you're watching this clip and you're a fan of Russell's, please comment below about how I'm wrong about him and he really does care and all of his stuff actually makes sense. And if you transcendental meditation is complete bullshit because 4 of his videos will teach you to breathe properly. And also he's in the new Kenneth Branagh movie and that makes him right.
Going to cut all the bits of you going, if caring about corruption is right-wing, then I'm right-wing. If anti-war makes me right-wing, then I guess I'm right-wing. If wanting Big Pharma to be regulated and for ordinary Americans to buy drugs at a reasonable price is right-wing, then I'm right-wing. If wanting to end the lobbying of...
This is, and by the way, I see no evidence that he actually wants any of these things. These are assertions. You can make any assertion you want on a video. But ultimately, if the Democrats are the party that are actually pushing these things, trying to actually get them passed, and you're just saying, well, the Democrats are no different than the Republicans, then you're actually working against the one party that is trying to do this stuff en masse. And if you're saying, well, Manchin and Sinema or some other people like that stop it from happening, and that means the entire party should be thrown out baby with the bathwater, then you don't give a fuck about those things. You don't. I've seen no assertion that any of this shit is true. But it makes a great sales point if you're right-wing so that you appear not to be. So there you go.
Political parties to stop the will of ordinary people being realised democratically is right-wing, then I'm right-wing. If criticising political figures, regardless of their party political affiliations and partisan identity, is right-wing, then I'm right-wing. And if reporting on the wealth...
Well, it isn't. First of all, no one's saying that criticizing individual politicians because of their, without total disregard for their party affiliation because you believe they're corrupt, makes you right wing at all. It doesn't. It's the singling out the Democratic Party and shrugging off the Republican Party while the Democrats are actually in the process of trying to get Build Back Better passed, by the way, where you've literally got 46 out of 48 Democrats in the Senate who will vote for it as is right now. 46 out of 48. None of the Republicans are going to vote for it. None. Zero. Talk to me about bought off when you give a rat fuck about 50 of those people. Same thing with the American Rescue Package. Same thing with, any number of things that the Biden administration has proposed that are completely written off immediately by the Republican Party as a non-fucking starter. In many cases, stuff their constituents want by a large margin, but they won't do it because one would think, let's see, all your constituents want it, but they don't care enough to vote you out of office. So why would you actually, perhaps corruption? Jesus.
And the corruption of billionaires worldwide is right-wing, then I'm right-wing.
Right. Okay, and by the way, this is theatrics to throw dirt in the air rather than a solid jab. Yeah, it's one-sided whataboutism. Totally.
Right wing. I'd like to see you do that, Joe Rogan. Is my tie not big enough? Get me a bigger one. Put an apple inside there.
Liberal figures tend...
There's a bit of an edit there.
Be more vocal than their Republican counterparts about the need for campaign finance reform. We must also empower hard-working Americans in our democracy by building a 21st century campaign finance system to increase and multiply the power of small donors, wrote Nancy Pelosi just before the Democratic victory of the 2018 midterms. Wealthy special interests shouldn't be able to buy more influence than the workers. This is Nancy Pelosi. This is Nancy Pelosi, by the way. Consumers and families who should be our priority in Washington. Nancy Pelosi. I told you, it's Nancy Pelosi saying that. A few weeks later,
Dakota real estate developers, hedge fund managers, and senior corporate to back Pelosi against progressive critics in her bid to become speaker. Backed her against progressive critics in her bid to become speaker. She's already in office. What do you mean? They're funding people inside the House? Oh, good Lord. Let's see where this pays off.
Donor coalition of real estate developers, hedge fund managers, and senior corporate operatives backed Pelosi against progressive critics as her bid to become speaker. Now, if when you hear me say that, what you think is, oi, you're criticising Nancy Pelosi, you must be right wing, instead of, oh,
no. I'm saying that you're reading that article as if it's gospel, with no specific citing at all of either source or the ones they're talking about. They're kind of big, broad, awful people. Name them. That's what journalism would do. You're going to tell us what real journalism, they would go giant real estate developer, they'd go BlackRock or some shit, right?
Nancy Pelosi, an elected official who says that it's her job to ensure that small donors are represented. Forget donors, what about bloody voters? You shouldn't have to give 1 penny. The vote's meant to be enough. You've got the tax money already, don't you? And then turns around and accepts money off big business. Like, that's the problem, not people pointing out that that's the problem. Right? Left. Mayor Pete will not be influenced by special interest money, and we understand that making this promise is an important part of that commitment, read a 2019 statement from Pete Buttigieg's presidential campaign, which soon after found the candidate himself mounting a spirit defense of his many donations from billionaires. Buttigieg's post-presidential trajectory has since been largely financed by dark money.
First of all, he's the transportation secretary. Secondly, one of the biggest reasons why he had a bunch of billionaires and millionaires backing his candidacy was because he was skyrocketing towards the potential to actually end up being either VP or president himself, and he was gay. There was a lot of rich gay men and couples that were dumping money into his thing because it was amazing to see the Democratic Party actually floating our first gay president. This was a real thing. He had a shot. And of course, there were billionaires who were gay who were like, oh shit, this is amazing. He got a lot of seed money because of that, basically to see how far he could go. Good Lord.
It's easier to see the relationship between the way his name is spelt and the way his name is said than the stuff he says when he's trying to be elected to the stuff he does when he's been elected. Yeah! Corruption, the influence.
That's by the way, that's a butt joke about the gay transportation secretary. Just for the record.
Of money touches every decision that gets made in Washington, declared Elizabeth Warren. It's like they know it's wrong, right? They know it's wrong. So they say, hey, you know what's bloody wrong? Is bloody people taking money. So we won't be doing any of that. We're mostly focused on children, actually. Are the children all right? Are the children all okay? Yeah, I think so. Good. Right. Now get me fucking Mark Zuckerberg. Whatever issue brought you here today, said Elizabeth Warren, I guarantee if there's a decision to be made in Washington, it's been touched, pushed, massaged, tilted over just a little so that the folks with money do better than everyone else. Though a pledge to reject lobbyist and super PAC money remained on her official website, Warren would ultimately stay in the race with the help of a single, nearly $15 million contribution from a wealthy California donor made through a super PAC. So that's not like...
Right. And clearly, a wealthy California donor backing Elizabeth Warren, who was clearly running on an idea that would raise that wealthy donor's taxes, doesn't point to it's just the fact that they're rich that's fucked up. And there's really, what's the difference between this one wealthy donor who backed Elizabeth Warren and fucking Rupert Murdoch or RT, which is basically what he's auditioning to be on right now. For real?
I'm right wing is pointing out that there is no left wing. There isn't one. There is no left wing. A left wing pile going.
Well, then what's the right wing? You can't have. I mean, I don't want to go to my comedy bit about you can't have a medium without a large and a small, but if there is no left, there is no right. So effectively what he's saying is the right, as we know it, is the center. Right? Yeah. There's no left-wing candidates because why? There's no full-blown communists running as full-blown communists? I suppose there's no right-wing either because there's no neo-Nazis running on the Jewish question. Right? What the fuck?
We want to represent the people. If all the candidates want to get rid of super PACs, count me in. I'll lead the charge, announced Warren. In a minute, I've just got $15 million. I'll lead the charge now. Or I'm going to take my $15 million back. There's not going to be a charge. Well, there is a charge.
Well, see, the super PAC, I don't think she has any contact with them. So they ran that to try and support her outside of her campaign. It's what kept her afloat, and maybe she coordinated with them. That would be corrupting, and that would be a story. That's not alleged in this story. Right? That would be journalism. That would be a story. Huh.
$50 million. Announced Warren in what was quite transparently a violation of her own pledge. Rhetorical gymnastics of this kind are regular.
Well, no, it went to the super PAC that was supporting her, not her. And the campaigns can't coordinate with the super PACs while they're running. It's why Trump isn't announcing that he's running, because he'd have to stop taking money out of his super PAC and spending it how he wants.
Used by powerful liberals to decry corporate influence peddling while simultaneously acceding to its core mechanics. Newly published reporting from Kenneth Vogel and Shane Goldmarker at the New York Times in fact suggests that Democrats are now actually outflanking the GOP when it comes to their reliance on dark.
All right. Well, there we go. Now we're getting into something. Now we got a story. And I'll try and get Chip on before I'm done. Guys, okay, hold on. Vogel, Goldmacher, New York Times, New York Times, I can type, New York Times, campaign financing, okay, here we go. Try to, and then, yeah, okay, so this is it. Democrats decried dark money, then they won with it in 2020. New York Times analysis reveals how the left outdid the right at raising and spending millions from undisclosed donors to defeat Donald Trump and win the power in Washington. Okay, that's super PACs, by the way, but that's a different, again, candidates raising their own money, campaigns raising their own money is different from super PACs, and there's a line. The argument of whether they coordinate, that we need to talk about, but we'll see. For much of the last decade, Democrats complained with a mix of indignation, frustration, and envy that Republicans and their allies were spending hundreds of millions of dollars, difficult to trace dollars, to influence politics. Dark money became a dirty word as the left warned of the threat of corruption posed by, corporations and billionaires that were spending unlimited sums through loosely regulated nonprofits, which did not disclose their donors' identities. Then came the 2020 election. Spurred by opposition to then President Trump, donors and operatives allied with the Democratic Party embraced dark money with fresh zeal, pulling even with and by some measures surpassing Republicans in 2020 spending, according to a New York Times analysis of tax filings and other data. The analysis shows that 15 of the most politically active nonprofit organizations that generally align with the Democratic Party spent more than $1.5 billion in 2020, compared to roughly $900 million spent by a comparable sample of 50 of the most politically active groups aligned with the GOP. Oh, because people were like, all right, we can't keep Trump, and so a bunch of the people switched over to get him the fuck out because he was blowing it for everyone, right? He was ruining the economy, he was ruining everything. All right, there we go. Findings revealed the growth and ascendancy of shadow political infrastructure that is reshaping American politics as mega donors to these nonprofits take advantage of loose disclosure laws to make multi-million-dollar outlays in total secrecy. Some good government activists worry about the exploding role of undisclosed cash flow. Okay, newfound success in harnessing this funding also exposes the stark tension between their efforts to win elections and their commitment to curtail secretive political spending by the super rich. This is, by the way, the article in the Jacobin that he is reading is basically a dumbed down version of this article. Basically, they're just cribbing this article for an article on their site. It's kind of like what Raw Story does sometimes. They'll take another story and then go, in other words, and then write a single cryptically named entity that has served as a clearinghouse for undisclosed cash for the left, the 1630 Fund, received mysterious donations as large as $50 million and disseminated grants to more than 200 groups, while spending a total of $410 million in 2020, more than the Democratic National Committee itself. Okay, so again, 1630 Fund, whoever these guys are, we'll see when they pop up. Go in there, look for it. They're about here you go. Empowering progressive change makers. The 1630 Fund believes in the power of new ideas, creative partnerships, and emerging leaders to achieve meaningful, lasting solutions to the most pressing challenges of our time. We help change makers maximize their impact by providing operational support that allows them to focus on advancing their core missions, our focus areas. Okay, let's see what they focus on. This is the 1630, but this is the biggest one. This is the one they're citing. This is the one Russell is concerned about. From advancing equity and racial justice, to promoting access to affordable health care, to confronting climate change, to strengthening our democracy, we are proud to support leaders and causes that serve our progressive values and aspirations for a fair, just America. So this is what they want. This is what this group raised their money. And it's basically, it's same dark money, right? Now, the dark money comes from God knows where, probably evil corporate rich people. But apparently these evil corporate rich people give it to this organization, not saying who they are. And the candidate doesn't know who they are. They just know that this group gave it to them. And this is this group's values and what they have to do to get this money, right? Working for pay equity, paid family leave, and fair tax policy across the United States. Paid leave for all action is a campaign to enact comprehensive federal paid family and medical leave law for all by 2023, providing the strategy and coordination to turn this urgent need into a political reality. Next one. Is there another guy here? What has happened? I don't know. Okay. Pipeline Fund. Training and supporting women and people of color running for office. So that's where a big chunk of this money came in, is that they gave a lot of littles out to over 400 groups so that black people and like people of color in general could run for office and it would back them. And so that money spreads out farther and thinner into, many more races than these giant but to Russell, this is the same as them dumping this money into Mitch McConnell's pocket to, open up shipping lanes, right? Same shit. Rural Victory Fund, ensuring voting access and civic participation by supporting election infrastructure. So they spend a bunch of money getting people, get out the vote campaigns, which are fucking expensive. And according to this, and according to the article, and according to Russell, this money comes from God knows what sources through here. And again, the candidates don't know. The candidates don't know who gave that money to that organization. They just know this is what that organization wants from them if they're going to get this money. We're supporting this, and we're supporting you because we think you're going to go for this. And therefore, they're spending it on 400 different organizations. A single cryptically named entity. 1630. You think, let's see, hold on. About us. Significant power of ideas as progressives. This Amy Kurtz is the president. She's very cryptic. There's Raul Alvelar. Financial information. Is a 501c4 organization under the U.S. tax code, provides nonprofit projects. We sponsor the flexibility you need to advocate for the change they're trying to make in the world. Donations to that are not tax deductible. For more information, you can read their whole report and an op-ed. Contact us. 1630 Fund believes the power of new ideas, creative partnerships, emerging leaders. We help change makers maximize their impact. I mean, it's basically a right-wing organization. I mean, what's the difference? They're cryptically named. Do you think it might have something closer name-wise to do with, like, the 1619 Project and that timing, perhaps? That would be my first guess. But, I mean, they didn't make a phone call, so why bother? But they spent more than the Democratic National Committee did. $410 million in 2020 to more than 200 groups, and some donations as large as $50 million because they were going directly to, they'd spread it out to these 200 groups. So big corporations give them, like, we believe in voting, we want to support voting, so foof, here you go, here's $50 million, now go, we'll dole it out to all these different states, in 20 different states to get people to the polls. But nonprofits do not abide by the same transparency rules or donation limits as party campaigns, right? But that's why they can't coordinate. The scale of secret spending is such that even as small donors have become a potent force in politics, undisclosed money dwarfed the 2020 campaign fund, who raised a record $1 billion. Mr. Trump, who raised more than $810 million. Well, that's what you get for being a broke son of a bitch, Trump. I'm sorry. You had $1 billion sitting around. You should have spent it. Headed into the midterm, Democrats are warning major donors not to give into the financial complacency that often afflicts the party in power. Right, that's why everybody loses. Okay, so here's the money. Stake is not in total control, but whether Republican donors will become more unified with Mr. Trump out of the White House. 2 Republican secret money groups focused on Congress said their combined fundraising has reached $100 million in 2021, far more than they raised in 2019. Gee, I can't imagine why they wouldn't be concerned, Russell. The adjusted total was $1.5 billion spending in 2020 for the election, in a country, by the way, with a $26 trillion economy. Just for the leader of our country, like for the advertising and the reach and the get out the vote in a country of 320 million people, and the advertising to reach all those people, and the flyers and signs and volunteers and paid volunteers and campaign staff and transportation and security and all kinds of crazy shit for everybody, up to the point where you make it anyways. Right. And by the way, aligned with the Democratic Party, which is the fun part. That's the aligned with. So that would be the left that Russell says doesn't exist. 1630 Fund sounds pretty progressive. Biggest spenders. America Votes, Majority Forward, Future Forward, USA Action, Hopewell Fund. These are the big ones. Show more. Meanwhile, One Nation, Stand Together Chamber of Commerce Incorporated, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Americans for Prosperity, and America First Policies Incorporated. These are the big spenders on that side. You see any difference between what these folks want and what these folks want? Anybody? Do you think Russell gives a rat fuck? That doesn't matter, right? Equity, racial justice, getting, people of color, getting them funded so they can maybe get off the ground and actually run a real campaign. It's dark money. Here's how we conducted our analysis. Oh, good. That's fun. How the Times investigated dark money. Analysis of dark money relies primarily on spending figures disclosed by nonprofit groups in their annual IRS tax filings. The Times reviewed the filings of 150 nonprofits to select 15 of the most active politically oriented organizations that generally align with each party. Generally. Well, that's good. They generally align. Some of them donate to both, but generally. And we'll choose the top 50. They went through 150 of those nonprofits, by the way, selected 15 of the ones on each side as if they're even, which they aren't. Several of the nonprofit groups included the analysis file their returns on schedules that do not align with the calendar year. In some cases, those groups voluntarily provided total spending figures. So in some of those cases, so the Democratic side ones are giving you more information. That's why more cash is showing up from those groups, because they're like, yeah, we'll show you what we get. Meanwhile, the Republicans are going, what money? And then we find out later that the NRA is funneling money to super PACs. Jesus Christ. This is the curse of actually doing the work. Then they go into the Federalist Society and some, okay. Yeah, what's the difference? Two legs, the same pair of pants, right, Russell?
If you're a Republican and thinking, see, then you obviously think it's wrong as well, right? So what do these labels, right and left, actually mean if neither of the parties are interested in you and me? And
they are. And if you're refusing to recognize that the organizations that are getting donations, even from corporations, on the Democratic side versus the Republican side, have the exact same goals, you're a fucking lunatic.
It suggests that we should be looking at new independent movements that put aside the kind of issues that make us all hot and bothered and sweaty and frustrated and focus on breaking down power, breaking down centralized power and running our own community.
Yeah, it's interesting how you're now interested in breaking down centralized power now that the Democrats are in control. Before, it was just like, I don't know why the media attacks Donald Trump. It's just maybe the media needs to be destroyed.
Democratically, right? Left.
You don't think the timing's a bit fucked up? And again, he's reading an article about an article. I read you the article. As Vogel and Goldmacher write, for much of the last decade, Democrats complain with a mix of indignation, frustration, envy. Yeah, I fucking read you that part. It's in the beginning of it. Go to the actual article. That would be the journalism you're talking about, because all this asshole is doing is writing an article about an article. This happens all the fucking time. Oh, God.
Marker, right. For much of the last decade, Democrats complained with a mix of indignation, frustration and envy that Republicans and their allies were spending hundreds of millions of difficult-to-trace dollars to influence politics. Dark money became a dirty word, as the left warned of the threat of corruption posed by corporations and billionaires that were spending unlimited sums through loosely regulated non-profits which did not disclose their donors' identities. Then came...
Which now Russell and the Jacobin are against, because this time around they funded drop boxes for voters and shit like that. Eek.
2020 election. Spurred by opposition to then President Trump, donors and operatives allied with the Democratic Party embraced dark money with fresh zeal, pulling even with, and by some measures even surpassing, Republicans in 2020 spending, according...
And by the way, by some measures, they mean largely the two top groups versus the two top groups on the Republican side. And that's because there was basically what I would call the Lincoln Project effect. There were a lot of Republicans that were donating to Democratic endeavors to get Trump out.
A New York Times, fascists, analysis of tax filings and other data. The analysis shows that 15 of the most politically active non-profit organizations that generally align with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, why are you reading us? I read the article because I went and looked it up. Why the fuck are you reading chunks of the article from another article? Why don't you, here's a good idea, Russell, in future, read the actual fucking article and do your story about that. Oh, you can't. Because if you dig deep enough, the whataboutism fucking dies. The Jacobin just like spoon feeds you the whataboutism. Does it the work for you?
More than $1.5 billion in 2020 compared to roughly $900 million spent by a comparable...
I never thought that hippie Alex Jones would be lazier than actual Alex Jones.
Of 15 of the most politically active groups aligned with the GOP. It's as bleak and dystopian a political picture as you could imagine. Organised money not only buying influence on an unprecedented scale, but increasingly doing so in an atmosphere of near total secrecy.
Yeah, no, it's not as bleak and dystopian a political picture as you could imagine. Take a moment, if you could. Imagine a bleak and dystopian political picture. For me, the beginning of Terminator 2 comes to mind. Right? As bleak and dystopian, I am not worried about the 1630 group raising money for racial equity. That's not as bleak and dystopian as things could fucking be. Unless, of course, you believe that the things that they're going for are either A, not what they're really going for, which doesn't make any sense because it's actually who they gave the money to and got into office to do those very things, or you don't want those things. That's it. You either believe that they're not really about racial equity and they're not really about trying to solve these problems. They don't really want paid family leave and that's not really a priority. They're just giving the money out and going, this is for paid family leave and bullshitting. But they won't give it to you next time if you don't fight for paid family leave, which would arguably prove that they actually want you to do that, including the big donors that gave them that money so that they would spend it on candidates who would do that shit. Right? So you either believe they're lying about what they want to do. And if you're going to do that, then a real journalist would go after the 1630 fund and go, yeah, they're bullshitters. They give you this money under the pretense they want paid family leave, but it's a poison pill. They make them write bills that they know won't pass so that they can artificially float these people up because it's just an offshoot of, all the money comes from BlackRock and that's how they keep them floating. That's a fucking story. If that's not true, insofar as I know, why would I even think so? And that's not, I don't think, any accusation that Jacobin or the New York Times is making other than that they sound cryptically named. Now they could call them and go, where'd you get your fucking name from? Right? The phone number's on the goddamn website. But the other thing is, the only other answer, and this is what makes Russell right-wing by his own admission in his own little cute video about himself being right-wing because he believes something or nothing, is that he doesn't want those things, and getting those things would be bad. And that Jacobin doesn't want them either because if they ever passed, it would the system will continue to work clunkily but move towards progress over time incrementally when they really want to be part of the revolution as the 6-minute abs of democracy. They're not interested in you getting a good nutrition and diet plan and taking care of yourself and growing healthy over time. They want you to buy into their lap band. They want you to, let them cut out a section of your intestines because that's where they make their money.
That much of that influence can only ever be inferred, while some of it escapes notice altogether. But that doesn't surprise you, right? Let me know in the comments below if that's how you think politics is run. You know that.
Yeah, write something in there, because if you write something in the comments below, it helps me with the algorithm. It kind of does. So if you want to just say hi. If you see any of these videos later on or any of the other videos I post, if you want to go like, hi, Hal, that's all you need to do. That helps. It does. It does. And that's why he asks all the time. Because basically, if you want to take a class on how to create a YouTube channel, he's just checking all the boxes every show. Every show. Got a lead in on the video, a huge clickbait title, which is all bullshit. It's very anti-left, but he can pose as left so that the right can go, I listen to him too, and that kind of bullshit. And they can, feel like even this guy thinks it's wrong, right? That's the storyline that you can get with Russell Brand. He's right-wing, but he pretends to be left-wing. He looks left-wing to them, so they can go, I listen to all sides, and even they think this is bullshit, right? So thank you. Not just in the chat, I mean in the actual thing below, in the comments, in the video later. I don't know. Obviously I have to take Russell's class at the Learning Annex.
It's also as good an occasion as any to consider the fundamental cynicism of institutional liberalism's erstwhile critics of corporate and dark money.
And there you have it. This is the progressives against liberal argument. This is that a progressive's true enemy, according to Jacobin and according to Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks in a lot of ways, the true enemy of the progressive is a liberal. Because they believe in incremental change and, getting wins on the board and building towards it and reassuring voters over time that you're actually functional, when they just want the whole system to fucking fall down because that's what they think progressive is, which it isn't, but that's what they believe.
Be no doubt that 2020 served up many tough lessons for genuine left politics, but amid the darkness there are also a few...
Genuine left. Genuine left. The Affordable Care Act isn't genuinely left. Trying to get Medicare for all passed and failing because you don't have the votes is genuinely left, according to them. Get nothing because people should be punished and people should die until they give you everything you want. You should not try to build a ladder to get up this wall. Everybody stays behind, everybody dies, everybody starves until we get what we want. That's it. And that's not how progressives think. That's how they think progressives think. And that's how they think as people. They project that.
Flickers of light when it came to political fundraising. Among other things, the Bernie Sanders campaign's remarkable capacity to raise huge sums through small donations showed that it is indeed possible to reject the poison chalice embraced by so many liberal and conservative politicians. So if it's...
Yeah, but he didn't compete. He didn't have enough. And he couldn't have done it on his own without the Democratic Party. He got shared funds and all kinds of support from the Democratic Party. It's why he came over and joined. It's why he ran as a Democrat. Because he used the Democratic Party as his super PAC. He could pretend he didn't have a super PAC while the Democratic Party was running him as one of the top candidates. And giving him floor space that he didn't have to pay for. Which is what super PACs do. It's fucking silly.
Possible, then what is the reason? They're saying, oh yeah, no, you got to do it. There's no choice. Oh no, you can do it. No, I prefer it. With plenty of help from wealthy donors and super PACs, of course, the Democratic establishment ultimately swatted down Sanders' challenge and went on to
bullshit.
Claim majority control of the United States government, and according to Jimmy Dore,
Hey, they won. Oh, sorry. According to Jimmy Dore, what?
Down Sanders' challenge and went on to reclaim majority control of the United States government. And according to Jimmy Dore in my podcast the other day, Hillary Clinton headed up a vital committee that was able to negate Sanders' influence, which is literally corruption, but you'll have to check that out with Jimmy.
Or it's the Democratic Party and she's been a Democrat her whole life and he came on as a carpetbagger and had no alignment with the party in and of itself. And the last time he ran as a Democrat, he left and went back to being an independent after that. Right? She's on a committee and in it because she's been a lifelong Democrat. She's won as a senator as a Democrat. She became the Secretary of State to the first black president who was also a Democrat. You don't get to borrow someone's party and then complain that they're like, wait a minute, you're just using this as a substructure to pretend you don't have a super PAC. It's okay, but don't bullshit everyone about it. It's horseshit.
Pledging, yet again, to get tough on the insidious influence of organised money and promising a sweeping array of liberal reforms. If people are wondering and curious why people like me are getting labelled as being on the right and criticising...
It's because you are playing footsie with anti-vaxxers on purpose and going, I'm just asking questions. And because you are acting like any kind of hierarchical structure is inherently corrupt, and yet you only seem to go after the ones that are pushing liberal policies because you see them as the most corrupt magically, and that that the right is unfairly pilloried about these things. So you are diverting attention away from what they're doing and kind of therefore creating the illusion that they're actually doing something beneficial for people simply because they're being picked on for being too right-wing. Meanwhile, going after the Democrats while they functionally try to improve people's lives and saying they don't try to do that. They're all just bought off. It's all bullshit. It's all. That's why. Because you are. That's what this is.
What was formerly regarded left-wing politics, you just have to look at this list of people saying, oh, money's got to be kicked out of politics because we know it's wrong, then taking the money. That's hypocrisy, it's dishonesty, it means that it's pointless voting for you. A year into Joe Biden.
See, there you go. It's the hypocrisy. That's why it's pointless voting for Democrats. I mean, they tell you they're taking corporate money because they need the money to run and be competitive against Republicans. And the donor that gave to Elizabeth Warren, the super PAC that supported her, wasn't in coordination with her. She didn't take that money. They just made ads without her say-so. They just supported her candidacy for president. But the fact that she allowed that to happen or didn't shut them down or violate their free speech by saying you can't do that on my behalf, which is fucking weird. She didn't take that in her campaign as donor. But because she allowed that to happen, which she has no right to stop legally, and why would you? If somebody support, like, yes, apparently there was a millionaire in California who thinks they should pay higher taxes and liked Elizabeth Warren and gave money to a super PAC to support the idea of them paying higher taxes. But because they did that for that super PAC to support her, she didn't stop them, which is the weird part, then you shouldn't vote for her, even if you believe in everything she wants. What? Yeah.
Era.
We need
Many,
to get
if not
1,000.
most of these reforms now look dead on arrival, as does any serious effort to roll back the ambient corruption at the heart of America's political system.
No, it doesn't. And by the way, many, if not most. What about the ones that aren't? What if these serious, and by the way, a year into the Joe Biden era, many, if not most of these reforms now look dead on arrival. Many, if not most of the things that people supported Bernie or Elizabeth Warren who didn't become the nominee, those things that are not Joe Biden not meeting his promises, things that they can't promise on behalf of someone else, but suddenly it's his problem for not carrying out their promises, even though they didn't win the primary and did not become president. Fucking hell. But somehow that's on him. Meanwhile, everything the Republicans push back against, and the fact that you can't get them on board for any of this shit. Like, there's negotiations with Manchin and Sinema about getting parts of Build Back Better done, especially, and they're going to watch for the vote on insulin and the like to start coming to the floor in about a month. They're going to start chipping away at parts of it and stacking. And all the Republicans are going to vote against all of it. And this is going to be one of those go down swinging votes. But everybody's going to be patting themselves. We made them do it. We made them do it. Won't get fucking done. Unless it passes. But if it doesn't pass, even if every Democrat signs on and both independents who are not Democrats, all of them sign on because it's not under reconciliation, won't get passed. It'll be on the board and you'll go, oh, these Republicans are awful. They voted against insulin. And they'll go home and go, yeah, I did. Fuck them. And Russell will go, look at that. The Democrats can't even get this stuff passed. Meanwhile, Jesus.
We're going to make an effort to roll back on this ambient corruption. Is it a serious effort? No. Illustrating for the umpteenth time that you cannot simultaneously claim to champion anything resembling a progressive political program while in a de facto coalition with the very forces ranged against it. Otherwise, what you're left with is rhetoric. You're just...
Then run. Everyone at the Jacobin should run for office. The Jacobin. should run for office. Run for office and spend no money. Do not raise money at all for the potential that it might come from someone that means ill, or they might expect something in return. It's like the argument about like workers' co-ops. Start one. No, we want to take successful companies and turn them into workers' co-ops. No. You cannot decry hunters while living off the carcass that they provided you. You are on no moral high ground when you live in a castle seized by soldiers and go, at least I'm not a soldier. I didn't kill anyone to be here. I came in after. That's what the Jan 6 people say.
Recognizing, perhaps it'll be enough if we just say that stuff and never do anything, because then we could continue to have the money and continue to have the rhetoric. Really, what values and principles are is, shit, it's going to be hard to say no to this money, but we're going to have to say no to this money. And don't you actually think, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm a person. If I saw a politician say, listen, I'm not going to accept that money.
Hey, asshole, you can't donate money. You're a foreigner.
So I'm going to have less of it. So I'm going to get really negative media coverage. But I think it's really important that I remain untainted by that corporate money. So you can trust me on that. And I swear to you, bank account's open. You can watch it in and out. It's on the website, in fact, so you can trust me. I mean, I'm in with you. Principles. That means that the principle remains.
Yeah, a lot of people would be in. Not enough to get you elected. Not against what you're up against. So what you would be is a really well-meaning loser who never gets any of your good policies on the board. Ever. Not a thing. If you promise me a refrigerator full of food and don't actually provide it, but somebody goes, I can't give you a refrigerator full of food, but I can fix you a meal right here in front of you, and you won't go hungry today. Which one actually has value? Genuinely. The person feeding you or the person bullshitting you about a refrigerator full of food? This is what this is.
Arrow straight. Bam! Hits the mark. Instead.
Lying. Unaccomplished. We'll never get it done. And all the people who are alive and their children are alive because of the ACA would have been fucked into a cocked hat because the all or nothing M4A crowd would have eaten shit in a single vote. It never would have passed, and the ACA wouldn't have gotten passed either. And so all the people who benefited from the ACA would have fucking been dead or broke by now. But screw those people. Those people should know it's up to them to sacrifice with their cancer and their kids' illnesses and their car accidents and all that kind of shit. They should be uninsured during that time so that people will recognize for the next 10 years until we can scare people into Medicare for all. Instead of establishing the ACA and then going, see how well the ACA works? Wouldn't it be nice if we had a public option added to that? Why, yes, it would. And then it could compete with the private stuff. And then we have a Medicare for all buy-in for anybody who's 55 and up, for example. Or anybody who has financial difficulties, but are between or above the Medicaid or level. Yeah, right. If the bill goes down because you don't have the votes or the candidate can't win because they don't have the money, whatever they're promising doesn't fucking matter. And you can't lecture me on stuff that really helps real people when the dude I voted for, who I called in the primary was going to make it, is removing all the lead pipes in the fucking country. Which over the next 40 years will lower violent crime somewhere between 3 and 7% automatically, just because of the people who won't be lead poisoned. Just that alone. This go down swinging bullshit is nonsense. That's actually happening, okay? That's an actual thing. In the first year of the Biden presidency, lead pipes are being removed. That passed. That happened. That's occurring now. Did it happen the year before? Did it happen 2 years before that? 5 years before that? Did it happen because Bernie ran for president? Did it happen during the Trump years to just show us that only, that Republicans aren't all bad? No. Biden insisted on it. It's in the infrastructure bill. It got fucking passed. Blow me with this bullshit. It's disgusting. Because this is just proof that these guys don't care. Him, the Jacobin, those folks, they don't give a fuck. That is an enormous win. Never mind the number of people education-wise that broadband across the entire fucking country will help, or a smart grid across the entire country where we'll be able to share renewables as they come online in areas that don't have a lot of wind or sunlight. We can't share it that far right now. We will be able to. That's actually fucking happening. That's not a promise of 20% more, or 60% more, or 100% more 10 years down the road if we could just get everybody of the same mentality all elected at once in a country of 340 million fucking people. It's a pipe dream and it's full of shit and it's wrong. That part drives me fucking crazy. It's gross. Because what Russell is arguing for, what the Jacobin is arguing for, is that leave the lead pipes in the ground. Fuck it. I mean, basically, what's the difference between Trump and Biden being in office right now? I mean, sure, we'd still be in Afghanistan, dumping $300 million worth of taxpayer money into the Afghan government daily, forever. As he brought soldiers out and left some of the staff there, all the people who helped us, all the Afghans who supported us, saved our soldiers' lives over there, would now be targets for the Taliban as they took over parts of the country. They'd be killed. Their families would be killed. But fuck them. You know what I mean? What's the difference? What's the difference between Trump and Biden, ultimately? What's the difference? They never would have passed the American Rescue Plan, which had money in it for climate change already built in, beyond even what was in the infrastructure bill. There's a shit ton of stuff in there. Would that have gotten passed under Trump, you think? Think he would have signed off on that? You think McConnell, if he controlled the Senate, would have brought up? I mean, there's no difference, right? Same people. That's what he's telling us right down the barrel. Look at him. Look at him. That's what he needs you to know. He needs you to know the Republicans and the Democrats are no different. Never mind what actually got passed this year. For fucking sake. All right. There's a reason why we fought a war with these fuckers.
Well, what's convenient today? Taken together, the lesson...
Depraved campaign finance regime is less than surrendered. Okay.
This is that embracing America's depraved campaign finance regime is less an ambivalent surrender to political reality than it is a conscious ideological choice. Yeah, that's what they want.
Right. That's his argument, that they just want the money. They're not really trying to get out of it. They're not stuck behind it. They're not facing the fact that without that extra money, they wouldn't have won. And by the way, the Biden campaign and everybody busted their fucking ass and trounced Trump year before last.
What they really do, and it's wearying to know that. It's exhausting. I don't know how they summons up the enthusiasm to continue to support them. I don't know what kind of ideological Viagra they're popping that keeps them hard.
Hey, fucko, I'll tell you exactly why. Because lead contamination has seeded more addiction and violent crime in our history than almost any other singular factor. And I voted for the guy who would fix the Flint problem forever, not just in one area, but everywhere. Not just for the citizens of Flint, but for Appalachians and people in Alabama and these fucking cancer clusters. That alone, millions of lives that will be saved over time because of this change alone. All the people that will be able to educate themselves, better their lives because of the infrastructure bill that got passed, because it had broadband in it, because it had a smart grid in it. because it can share renewables. Because you can take some of the solar power and stuff that we get in our deserts and spread it to the states that don't have as much sunlight. Over time, that's where we're going. Because they give a fuck. And they want stuff actually done. And I understand why he's confused, because he doesn't actually know any of these people. He doesn't stand across from any of these fucking people. He doesn't interact with any of these people. He's got audiences, and that's it. You guys have seen me at shows. I don't charge for a fucking meet and greet. I shake hands with people who I want to talk to. Gross.
These hollow promises. Were they actually serious about pursuing much of what they officially want, establishment Democrats could probably decide to be...
Establishment Democrats. You mean actual Democrats? Committed to the platform of the party? One person, one vote, the ability for every person to have their vote counted, whether we agree with them or not. And on top of that, the equality of every person. You mean shit like that? Things we establish as self-evident?
Thing other than a party aligned with corporate America and content to filter its agenda through special interests in perpetuity. As things stand, however, the liberal marriage of progressive posturing and corporate cash instead guarantees a repeat of the same old pattern. Democrats decrying the influence of big money while insisting, as they did in 2020, that they must regret...
When they won, still kept the House, got the Senate and the presidency, considering what Trump and McConnell did to the Supreme Court alone has value. And considering what they're doing once they're in office, with every fiber of their being, there does seem to be a difference. And if your argument is just money bad, don't use any.
Rely on it in order to save democracy. Until a genuinely...
Anti-establishment current manages to succeed where Sanders failed. Oh, ouch.
And the establishment current manages to succeed where Sanders failed.
By the way, there is, for the record, there is no anti-establishment. There isn't. That's a buzzword from the fucking 60s. There's an alternative establishment. Don't think for a fucking second that TYT or Jacobin or Jimmy Dore or him are anti-establishment. They want to be the establishment. They want their own establishment. You get me? Anti-establishment. Fuck.
You can expect the tidal wave of cynicism and hypocrisy to keep on rolling and the tyrannical grip of corporate power on American democracy to tighten with every election cycle. So there...
And by the way, that's an assertion by a writer at the Jacobin, again, writing an article on another article. But him reading that, look how he's reacting to him reading that. Imagine me taking a random opinion piece from the Washington Post or the New York Times or Fox or some shit like that and going, see, I told you, because they said it that way. Not finding the chart they're referencing and going, see, we both came to the same conclusion. But just reading what they say and reading it like it's fucking gospel. This is what you're seeing. This is the church of the Jacobin we're seeing right now. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Anti-distinctly-minty. All right.
You go. Put me on any list. You shouldn't be afraid of any labels. We have to, in fact, move beyond them because they are irrelevant and redundant. What we're describing...
No, they are not. Hypocritically used labels have meaning because I can tell what you are by what you say you are versus what you do. They are not defining, they are descriptive. That's where labels fall short. Labels, no matter what they are not definitive. They are descriptive, just like pronouns. They don't define you, they describe you. And you do not always have a say in how people describe you. That's just life. And in this particular instance, this motherfucker wants them to mean nothing so that he can lead you towards, well, the right is the right. It's really right if you're on the right.
Is a centralized grip on power that will not ever be rescinded unless we, the people, combine and rise up. This is precisely why we have to abandon these labels.
By the way, There's no rise up. Russell's not going to lead a movement of people rising up. You don't have to rise up. Just fucking vote your interests and be a decent human being and better the world and pass around some smiles. Rise up. Get fucked. What are you going to do? Stop democracy? Say this in China or even Russia or Iran or North Korea. Or fucking say it in Yugoslavia for that matter. Or try it in Turkey. He's not attacking any of those governments. He's not asking for an uprising in China. He's not asking for an uprising in Russia or Syria or Yemen or fucking Saudi Arabia or Qatar.
Find a new discourse, a new lexicon, a new rhetoric that's connected to principles and values
that fucking means nothing.
And sustain while they continue to cast aside any principle that ain't convenient to the way they like to run things, with cash in their pockets and lies on their...
When he turns into Ali G is when it gets the most annoying. Booyakasha.
But hey, that's just what I think. What do you think? You're at least as important as me, more important in your own life, right? You watch this video and carry...
You're more important than me in your own life. Holy shit. Boy, what a like a ego Freudian slip that was right at the end. You're at least as important as me. Jesus Christ. Honest to God. Like, I have some flights of fancy and some silliness on this, and I certainly have my moments where like, told ya. But I never do it with the premise of, told you fuckers never would have thought of this without me. Like, I don't bring it up that way. Why would I? And that's what he thinks of you. In your own life, you're at least as important as me. You're probably more important in your own life. Probably? Take out the word probably, though. It makes me sound wishy-washy. I don't know. Listen, what was that again? Look at this fucker. Sell harder, dude.
With cash in their pockets and lies on their lips. But hey, that's just what I think. What do you think? You're at least as important as me, more important in your own life, right? You watch this video and carry...
And you'll what? You'll watch this video and what?
You think you're at least as important as me, more important in your own life, right? You watch this video and carry on with your day. Hit me up in the comments below if you enjoyed this video. Have a little look at this one. If you're interested in awakening your consciousness, sign up to my Awakening Side channel. Sign up to my mailing list.
Fuck it. Yeah. Learn how to meditate after I've made you think that the fucking world's gonna burn down. All right, I'm gonna go get Chip. Hang out for a second. You guys deserve it. You've waited. I mean, well, wanker. You're a wanker, mate. If anyone is, yeah, wanker. Okay, hold on one second. I'll be right back. Let's see. I think the chat will start. Behave yourselves. Oh, it's a good boy. Oh, it's a Chipper. Here he is. Hold on. It's Chip, everybody. It's Chip. Hi. Hey, everybody. It's Chip. Chipper, baby. Missed you, buddy. I did. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. He's purring already, so. Chip boy. Chipperoonie. He's like, I was asleep and you woke me up. Why would you Here's what I want to know from you. Why would you feed a cat and raise a cat and pet a cat and take care of a cat and take it to the vet and get it the shots when you can just get the real cat you want? You want a bigger cat? Why raise a kitten into a cat? If you want a cat, why don't you just buy a cat? Go steal someone's cat. Why would you have to raise a cat that loves you? We just want an instant cat. We want, oh my God, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Look at this sweetie. Hi, buddy. Yeah. Hi, buddy. Mm. This is filth. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's getting scratches. He's getting scratches. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want a Maine Coon as well, and a serval. I want to like giant dog-sized cats. And then, of course, a lion that loves me. And when it misses me, I show up and it hugs me in a way that makes everyone afraid it's going to eat me. And yet it loves me, and then it becomes a viral video. It's all I want. Yeah, buddy. All right, that's the end of today's show. It's Valentine's Day, so I'm going to bugger off and go feed my girl. It's 7 o'clock. It's about that time. I think she just finished her bath, so we're good. And Ethan may have overserved him. I don't think so. I think he ate on a regular thing. Oh my gosh. Jillian, I'm so jealous. Yeah. Look at the cuteness. Look at the cuteness. Oh, it's cute. When I came back, it took him a minute. Like, oh wait, where have you been? Son of a bitch. All right, I'll let you guys go. I'll see you guys tomorrow at the regular time, 3 o'clock. And then Wednesday, I'll do a morning show. And then I might just stay on for some hours. I think we might bleed into an afternoon show or something and just be crazy since I left out all those days. What do you think? But anyways, I adore you guys. Keep fighting the good fight, especially when it actually amounts to a win. Do not bang your head against the wall just to prove you have a hard head. That's fucking dumb. And I don't believe that you can count that as progress ever. So there you go. Yeah, buddy. Hi. Yes, it's a good boy. Yes, it's a wonderful boy. He's wonderful. All right, I'm just going to pet my cat. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.